Recorded live.
Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're going to talk about the last two Lost Mobisodes. So this is kind of a mini Lost Lowdown preferencing the Mr. Podcast, which will be about everyone's favorite new Coen Brothers film.
Yeah.
No Country for Old Men. That was your cue, Justin.
Oh, I was supposed to say the name. Sorry. I just really agreed with you. Okay.
All right, take two.
Too late for that.
No, we never planned anything like that out.
I thought maybe you wanted me to say the name, but then I was like, maybe he's just thinking, and I'll interrupt him, or I don't know.
Called teamwork.
Yeah, well,
All right. On that note.
Yeah, pretty much.
Poignant.
Thank you.
So, all right, the last two Lost Mobisodes. Let's dish it out.
Cash him out, Carlton.
If that is your real name. All right, so episode number 12 was The Envelope, or The Envelope, depending on whether or not you graduated from college. And
it's envelope.
Envelope. Thank you.
What is it?
Oh, which is it? Let's discuss that on Mr. Podcast.
Which one would I say? Give me that envelope. Give me that envelope. I think I would say envelope. I'm not sure though. They both sound wrong to me. Never mind.
I think I say
Carry
envelope.
On. I think that's what I say, but it just sounds wrong. It sounds like antelope. It's just bothering me.
I assure you that it's not an antelope.
And it sounds like you're saying envelop, but you're saying it wrong.
Yeah. See, that's why I say envelope. Oh, wait. What did I say? I said envelope. Now I don't know what I say.
Yeah, I can't.
Envelope?
I can't figure out what I'm supposed to say.
Envelope. Maybe I say envelope, which I don't like.
I think I say envelope, but I might say the other one sometimes, too. I don't know what I say. I don't know.
I don't really use envelopes a lot.
This is all very
envelope
pertinent to the episode. So.
Well, this is what is at the heart of the episode. It's all about.
How do you say envelope? Let us know.
That's really what Juliet is asking here.
The Lost Lowdown, or is it just Lost Lowdown? What is it?
See, this is why.
I don't know.
See, this is why we should have done two separate podcasts, but no. Let's just do them together. All right, now
our
this is
email
Mr.
address,
Podcast.
is it The Lost Lowdown or is it Lost Lowdown? Which one?
Oh, our email. Oh, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh. The Lost Low. I think it's Lost Lowdown. That's the difference.
Isn't it?
It's not the same as the website.
Okay, then it's Lost Lowdown. It's too late for me to say what I wanted to say, but I couldn't remember.
All right,
okay.
well.
All right. Oh, you know what we should mention before we get going?
Geez.
We should mention our forum.
What forum?
Our forum that's located at... Fuck, I'm going to get it wrong.
TLLD.net?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's we'll let you figure out what TLLD stands for.
Yeah, we're not telling.
But yeah, there's you can go on there and talk to other people and you know whatever. It's great.
Yes.
It's better than comments. That's what I'm saying. That's the
you guys can go and better than comments.
Better than comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
That might work. Yeah, the registration is pretty simple and easy. It's all set up, good to go. We've got 14 people up there now. Which is pretty good, and big thanks to Steven, aka Sloth, for putting it together for us. Enjoy the forum. Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
It's hard to keep track of these dual personalities.
Yeah, I know. When people have alternate names, I always, I don't know. I got to keep them connected in my mind somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, sloths. Got it.
Got it.
Get it? Got
All right.
it.
So back to the envelope.
Yes, the envelope.
Yes, that. Tomato. Let's call the whole thing off.
Right.
So basically, this is a deleted scene from
A Tale of Two Cities, the first episode of season 3.
This is when Juliet, she's making her the ill-fated muffins.
Indeed.
I knew when she took them out of the oven, those muffins were never gonna make it.
If you open the oven and a cloud of smoke billows out, it's probably not gonna be.
Yeah, it's just tragic because we've seen this scene before. We know how it's gonna end, and we're thinking, if only she could have some muffins, she wouldn't be crying. But, because muffins are great, but not burned. Not burned and on the floor.
No, not burned on the floor.
Two wrongs.
Right.
So, Amelia comes in, the old lady, who's very wrinkled. And, just FYI.
Just so you know.
She is old, folks, I can tell you for sure. No, that's mean. She basically, Amelia presses Juliet about what's going on, why she's upset, and then Juliet, she called her Julie, which was weird. I'm like, you guys on that, first name basis?
They do that.
Like nickname thing?
A few people call her Julie in the first 6 episodes.
Oh, really? I didn't remember that.
Pickett calls her that a couple times.
Julie.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, I know.
So anyway, Juliet says that that she thinks that they're in trouble, and she's going to show her something in this envelope that's in the kitchen drawer, and then of course the doorbell rings, which is the book club party, I guess.
Yeah.
And then that's where it ends. So I guess the point to talk about would be what's in the
envelope.
Blank envelope.
Blank envelope. Yeah. That just sounds crazy.
It's more PC.
Yeah, so the working theory that I have is, this is original to me, is that it's the X-rays.
Holy shit! That's so shocking.
I know.
I am shocked out of my gourd.
So am I.
Okay, boring. Yeah, all right. It's the X-rays, yay! I don't know why we're supposed to care about that.
I think in context, if this is the first episode, if they didn't cut this scene, then that would be a sort of teaser, where it would set up that there was something wrong in the ranks of the others, like when the plane crashed, and they could reveal what it was later. I think that's how that's supposed to sit there.
Yeah, I get that, but we knew there was something wrong fairly, early on anyway. And I wonder what we would have thought, because, once we get to the point where Juliet, is trying to coerce Jack to kill Ben, I wonder what crazy misconceptions we would have thought was in the envelope if we did see this scene.
Yeah.
Because
and I think what
when did we find out
happened,
it's the X-rays? That's not till later in the season, right?
Yeah, people would have probably speculated that maybe it was that, but one of us would be where it would have been confirmed. Because that's where you actually see the envelope and see her bring it to him and all that. So that's how that would have played out, I guess. Normally, which is a lot later. Definitely. And by then it's sort of like, so what? That situation's already resolved.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But of course they didn't put the scene in, so it wasn't like that,
Yeah.
We didn't speculate about this scene.
Which is good. They saved us some worry.
But about this scene, there's not much to it. I like it a lot better in the actual episode with the music and stuff. But probably my favorite thing that Elizabeth Mitchell's ever done on the show, for me, is when she first pulls the muffins out of the oven and drops them, and some of them roll, and then the doorbell rings and she looks up. It's the picture of her on Lostpedia, the entry for this mobisode. Like that look is my favorite thing that she's done on the show. I love that look.
The little picture where she's looking kind of to the right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, like the camera kind of moves in. It's an effect. Like it's not just the look, but the look is perfect. I don't know. There's just something great about that.
She's a good actress.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just like I don't know, these muffins and now this doorbell ringing thing. Like, what else can go wrong? It's just yeah.
Well, it was probably like, holy shit, we're fucked. Oh no, the muffins, and now the doorbell.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. And I guess in the context of One of Us, she was worried about Ben having cancer because he was supposed to have cured her sister's cancer, and he was saying no one on the island gets cancer, and so that means we can project cancer cures wherever we want. I don't know.
I don't know if that statement makes sense.
He basically said Jacob was going to do it, which, whatever. I don't know what that means or, how that works. But so then on the day of the crash, he takes her to the flame and shows her the video of her sister and the kid playing in the playground or whatever. So I guess that's why she should have been worried in this scene. It's before that's happened, and I guess after that, she wasn't necessarily worried in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really understand. Like, there's some dialogue about how things are awkward and all that. Like, I don't know if they were still, like, at the time, still playing up the idea that they, maybe had some kind
of... the love interest thing?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought when she was like, yeah, things are awkward with Ben. Like, I thought that, they're trying to talk about this again?
Yeah. And they were, like, during that period in the season, they were doing that. But, after a few flashbacks, it's like, if that really happened and you haven't shown it yet, like, I don't know. Like, you left some significant things out. Like, it would be weird. Like, they've had their chance to show if there really was something like that going on.
Yeah.
And I guess they can always retcon it up, like with Hurley's episode, Trisha Tanaka is Dead, where they inserted a little subplot about his dad coming home after 17 years in the middle of Numbers. It's like, I thought about that, and I'm like, man, that sucks. Like, this is a big thing to just leave out. Like, he didn't even talk about it. Like, it was like it never happened.
Yeah.
In the original, they just shoved it in there. So, I guess if they can do that, like, they could go back and add this if they really wanted to. But I don't know why this is a mobisode and not a deleted scene. I don't really understand. It seems like filler to me. I mean in context, I don't know. I
would imagine, and I don't really know, obviously, but I don't even know if they said what the mobisodes are about. The idea. I mean, I assume they were bringing up bits and pieces of things that would be helpful to know from the past, but mostly related to stuff that's going to happen in the future.
Yeah.
I would imagine, since the season's going to, starting, But a lot of the stuff was just really tying up little silly loose ends.
Yeah.
And some other stuff we didn't even care to know.
Right.
So yeah, I guess they're not really doing anything in particular, just showing it, and maybe it wasn't good enough to make the deleted scenes on the DVD, and because they maybe only have so many slots or something for.
Yeah, I guess so. Because there are more deleted scenes. Someone posted on the site there was like a bonus disc if you bought it at Walmart.
Oh yeah. I hate when they do stuff like that.
I know, it's awful.
Because it's like you don't know where the deals are. Like
yeah,
you just end up buying it and missing out.
I know. So this site had all the extra deleted scenes, and I went. And
I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the deleted scenes was the one that we talked about at one point, where Kate tries to like pull herself out of the handcuffs. You know?
Oh yeah. I was gonna watch that the other day, but something happened and I didn't watch it. But
it's in there.
Yeah. I saw
she really goes at it with those handcuffs. Like she should have been hurt based on the scene. It all makes sense if you watch that scene. Like because she like hangs on a locker and like.
Yeah, I think I didn't think I want that mystery spoiled. I wasn't ready.
I see.
I liked the idea of Ben just jangling the things really fast in her arms. I didn't want to see because I could tell that she was her fault. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird one. I read somewhere they cut like 20 minutes from that episode. I don't know how they wrote that much material, like, and thought that was gonna fit in.
Well, a lot of times has to do with how they shoot it.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe
the pauses and the whatever and like
Yeah, that's a big overshoot though. That's like.
Yeah.
I don't think they usually cut that much. I don't know. I guess they were just. I don't know. Excited about starting or something.
Probably.
But yeah, this
so.
One, in case anyone like doesn't believe that this is deleted scene, Lostpedia sort of lists the evidence. Just in case you think like they somehow painstakingly recreated the original footage and costumes and hair and appearance and all that. There's a promotional still of this scene. The writing credits are J.J. Abrams and Damon Lindelof, who wrote the first episode. Blah 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 blah. So I don't know. There are some people who I read who didn't necessarily believe that this is a deleted scene, but yeah. Go.
All right, naysayers, stop saying nay.
Pretty convincing, I say. So yeah. All right. That's that.
All right, so the next one,
on to
the last mobisode, we hope. No, it's the last one, right? Good.
It is the last one.
Lucky number 13. So it begins. This was a groaner. So basically, you get a point of view camera shot of Vincent running through the jungle. He runs into Christian Shepherd.
Hey!
Yes, we all thought he was dead. Oh, well, maybe he still is. Christian tells Vincent to find Jack. He says, find my son, because, of course, Vincent knows who his son is.
Yeah.
He speaks English.
Yeah, he understands every word.
He understands everything. Tells him to wake him up because he has work to do. So as Vincent runs towards Jack, we get that shot from the pilot of Jack waking up and sort of a replay of that whole thing. So, my first problem with this scene is just the fact that, like, he said, go wake him up, but he was already awake before he got there.
Yeah, he was.
And that's the kind of thing, to me, like that kind of writing thing that I hate when it's, like, little bits of things that, like, stand out because he said, wake him up. But then when he gets there, he's already awake. And it's like, well, why can't you have Vincent wake him up? Or, or why not change your line? Or, like, or what does that mean that he said wake him up and he was awake before he got there? Like, does Vincent have some sort of, like, sphere of influence or something? I don't know. But anyway... Yeah, this is obviously a big revelation.
I mean, it's too late for them to change the pilot, but
yeah,
they could have. I guess they could have changed his line.
Or like, go find my son.
It's sort of along the same lines of what bothers me about Ethan saying his wife died in childbirth,
Mm-hmm.
Like it's an easy thing to say, and it sort of sounds like it ought to be right, but
Mm-hmm.
it just
It just doesn't quite connect.
Yeah.
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 But this was obviously a big revelation. I mean, this is probably the most important one. Next to Room 23.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, definitely.
And the watch, of course. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So, Lost Lowdown listeners will remember, astute listeners will remember my little theory about Vincent being smoky or vice versa. And when I first started watching this, I thought, oh, wow, are they going to prove me right? Is he going to, turn into Smokey or find Smokey or whatever? And then, of course, he runs into dead Christian, who let's start speculating.
See, this is where we get into that problem that I have of the big entities and what the difference between them is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that this is Smokey, I guess, because the thing that it most resembles that is sort of verifiably Smokey is the Yimmy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Of course he did appear before, but with Yimmy it was almost explicit that he was Smokey.
Yeah.
When Christian appeared originally, it was far from clear that there was any connection. So I'm assuming that's what it is, but there's always the thing that I don't understand is I think when he says he has work to do, I just assume he means Jack has to get up and go save people. That's
it makes it seem like everything Jack is doing up until now in season 3 is some part. It seems like that could mean that, like it's some big plan, like he's got to bring down the others, or something like that. But it could just mean he's got to go help people, on the beach.
See, I thought that at first too. He's got work to do, and then I'm like, the way Lost is usually, it could easily just be this tiny thing that Jack has to go,
Oh, it's usually the more boring thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's why I thought, maybe that's what he means. But, if that's what he means, I just think it's odd. He's sort of helping out the survivors. I never thought of Smokey as being a helpful presence.
Mm-hmm.
He really hasn't been. I mean, he's either antagonistic or sort of judgmental.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't seem to, I've never known him to be helpful.
Yeah, I think this is kind of also, I think this is maybe a side of Smokey that we haven't seen before. This is such a stupid conversation. The side of the smoke monster we haven't seen. We're peering behind the veil here. Oh my God! Only Lost could make me say such a sentence. What I was gonna say is, I think this scene...
Every smoke monster has a soft side.
Oh man, you can't put a sonic fence around your heart. Smoke monster will get there. What I'm trying to say is that I think this scene lends to the idea that maybe Christian, a.k.a. Smokey, in whatever form, but maybe through Christian, has been instructing Vincent to do all those crazy, Lassie-like things he's done.
I agree with that.
So it could be that, that there is more evidence that he's been nice, and it's those, or, trying to help, or whatever. I don't know what he was doing with Charlie with the drugs, and,
Oh, yeah, that was a weird one.
So, and I think in the least, most likely Christian is Smokey, and if Smokey is giving directions to Vincent, then that would explain why I kind of thought Vincent was Smokey, because he's basically doing the same thing Smokey would do if Smokey was the dog,
Yeah.
So, and by actions, he is Smokey.
Yeah. But not like literally.
But not like literally.
He's sort of an agent of Smokey, which is you know, which is closer to your theory than I thought would ever be true.
Yeah.
I was sure Vincent had nothing.
Unless Smokey does. I mean, Vincent does something wrong, and Christian's like, "Oh, screw this! I'll do it myself." And he turns into Smokey and goes and does stuff.
Oh God. Yeah.
Can't get a dog to do what a smoke monster should do. Never works, man. Smoke monster's got to do it himself.
Mhm.
It's hard out there for a smoke monster.
But then I if he's been helpful, why is he sometimes antagonistic?
Maybe there's two Smokies. He has a bad twin.
He has a bad twin. Oh no.
I know someone out there was thinking that. I have to say it.
I
don't know, man. I think it's because they get bored and they just make up stuff.
Yeah, I think you're right. I want to address one of the things that I've seen most often about this, which is that Christian is alive or this isn't Smokey. Those two, either one or the other. I sort of want to deal with them at once. Here's what
They're wrong.
Here's what I have to say that. The biggest piece of evidence that I've seen offered for this position is that he calls Jack my son. Mm-hmm. And they say,
which is interesting.
Well, in the Echo episode, Yimmy tells Echo, you speak to me as if I were your brother, and then walks off and blah blah blah. So,
which is weird in and of its own.
Which is totally weird. Yeah. I agree.
I know I look like your brother.
You
speak to me like
great
I
line
am.
and great and perfectly delivered and just I love that scene, but it doesn't really make any sense. It's yeah, of course I did.
Oh, maybe he means you speak to me like I'm your brother in not in a physical sense, but I don't remember that scene enough to remember if that makes sense. But I'm not stupid enough to believe what you just said, or whatever the response would be. Maybe that's what he means.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, he clearly was not, satisfied with Echo's non-consensus.
Yeah.
And that was his way of expressing it. So anyway, that's one response. Here's what I say to that. He spent the entire episode calling Echo his brother, up until that line. So, just listen to his lines previous to that. He's calling him his brother a lot. So just because later he said that line, he did call him his brother earlier. So that's not proof that Christian is not Smokey. Just because he said that,
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
So there you are. Oh, and the other thing is, which I brought up on the message board, we've seen dead people before in this sort of, besides Jimmy, there was Boone, and there was the
Ben's mom.
Yeah, Ben's mom, and
Kate's horse.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if that counts as a dead person, but it's maybe.
I think the horse is dead.
You think the horse is dead?
I guess the horse could still be. I don't know. Was it in the middle of the street in the rain? I feel like the horse got hit by a car before the night was over.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a smart horse. Yeah, no. The horse. There's a chance. I don't know how long horses live.
They can live fairly long, and it's a chance it could still be alive. It wasn't that long ago, right?
Yeah. No.
We don't have to talk about the horse.
Okay. Yeah, the horse is a whole other problem.
A horse of a different color.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, there's a few examples of that, and does anyone really believe those people are alive?
So I want to talk about the idea. That's cool. I think it makes sense that he's Smokey or whatever. Smokey Jacob, whatever. But like, why? Like I want to get back to what you're saying about him helping, because that's really weird. Like, what's the point of that?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like they were just trying to give us some interesting reason why, why Vincent came to Jack or something.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is like, they're focusing on the, like, boring part. The interesting part is, why would Christian do this? Like, that's what's interesting, not, like, how Vincent got there.
I mean, they really ought to think that through. I mean, they really should, because it's just, I don't know. It cares about them surviving, and then it's going to, like, kill the pilot and sort of terrorize them, like, that first night. Like, I don't understand, like, what it's doing.
And it's like they just crashed there, so it's like, how did Smokey just, like, I mean, how is he able to be Christian now so fast? I mean, they just crashed.
Yeah.
It calls into question a lot.
He turned into Christian really fast. I don't know how it's able to become people. I don't know if it really obeys any rules. I mean, I think Ben's mom sort of throws out, I mean, she wasn't on the island.
Oh, that's right. Well, I imagine that it's somehow like, like we did with Echo, like it read, would read you or something.
Yeah.
And maybe it read Jack when he was unconscious or something.
Yeah.
But why become the person and then do things through the dog and like?
Yeah, and like that's the thing. There's no reason. And Vincent is not Kristen Shepard's dog.
It's not. And Vincent doesn't even know him.
Yeah, that's like it would have, if he was gonna become somebody, he would become somebody the dog would know.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That would make more sense. Because it's just weird for him to be Christian Shepherd, like, for the dog. Because Jack never sees him here. So, like, what was the point of doing that? Like, he just becomes people sometimes for no reason. Like, It
seems like it's important that it's Christian.
It does, yeah.
And what was it? I mean, that calls into question about, when Jack first started seeing his dad and following him. And, and like, it's like, what was that about? Like, nothing happened.
No, nothing happened. I have no idea what that was about.
Nothing happened. Like, he talked to him that one time, and then that was it. And then, like, God, man. I don't know. I don't know what they think when they do things.
I don't know.
It's just like, ooh, cool. Now we know why Vincent was there. But it's like, now you open up this whole other mystery.
Yeah.
Like, why does Vincent understand what he's saying?
Yeah,
There's another question.
That's definitely a problem. I mean, he needs to speak. I don't know how else they would really play this scene.
Well, in terms of like, well, not only in terms of he's speaking English to the dog and some other dog understands, and I mean, obviously dogs can understand commands, but that's not a real command, really.
Yeah, he's getting pretty detailed.
Yeah, so not only that level, but just the level of this is Smokey.
Yeah.
And you're assuming he can do the first level because he's Smokey.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Like, what powers does Smokey have that he can speak English to a dog and tell it what to do, and it obeys?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the other weird part.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
And this dog does not look like the original Vincent.
I know.
Like, who are you supposed to be?
They keep changing Vincent. I've seen like 5 Vincents, I think, through the series.
Wow.
The dog that they originally used, I don't know.
This new dog looks nothing like the old ones. He looks nothing like, he's like darker and like.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what I found out that I hadn't realized? It was a while ago, but I never mentioned it. In the second season of Dexter, they used a different kid for one of Rita's kids.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, the boy was different.
Oh.
And I didn't notice.
I don't recall noticing.
I had no idea. And then I looked at their picture. I'm like, oh yeah, they are different. Who knew?
Aster and what's his name?
Cody.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Yeah.
all that stuff Vincent did, man. It's probably because
Yeah, Vincent did a lot of stuff. And this, you know, in this context, he is still the dog. So So he's allowed to leave the island for, you know, if they get that idea. You know, he doesn't have to stay. But he's still sort of acting as an agent, and he does disappear all the time. I mean, no one's like keeping track of him anymore. Like, you know, like Shannon had him for a while, and you know they were sort of like keeping him around, but now he just disappears like most of the time.
Yeah, they don't want a dog on the show.
He just like pulls a Desmond and just like runs away for, you know, however long they don't want him there. But I can't wrap my head around Smokey helping. I just, you know, the way he is, you know, if you forget about Vincent's actions, I mean, everything else we've seen him do, I just don't think, you know, maybe telling Echo he has to confess was somehow helpful, but certainly not like this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just depends on, I mean, because the whole thing with, you know, the visions and going to the question mark and, you know.
Oh, and that stuff.
If that was Vincent,
God.
I mean, if that was Smokey, then that was kind of helping, I guess.
I didn't think that was Smokey. I thought that was the island. But I don't know why the island did that either.
Yeah, I don't think there is a difference between Smokey and the island anymore.
Really?
I don't think they're going, I don't think that, I mean, just in terms of what their revelations usually are, having that many different levels of, like, crazy stuff, I just think it's Smokey. I think Smokey and Jacob, you know, there might be a relationship there, but
you think Smokey,
I don't think the
and Jacob
island
are
is
different, right?
I think Smokey and Jacob are different, yeah.
I do too. But yeah, maybe the island is supposed to be Smokey. I don't understand why it did that though. I mean, it was sort of helpful, but I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Did the island want like all that stuff with the hats to go down? Like, was that its intention? And maybe when like dead people come back, and I have to sort of remember this. I don't know. But maybe when dead people come back, maybe they have some of their own personality or something. And it's not just they look like the person, but they kind of act like the person. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like motivation wise. Oh, you know what? In The Man Behind the Curtain, Ben's mom actually stops him from running through the sound fence. Yeah. Which is, you know, more helpful than I'd expect from. That's why. I remember thinking like it felt like that was really his mom. You know, not like Smokey pretending. Yeah. You know, so maybe the apparitions are, you know, really operate from that. So depending on who it looks like, it's gonna, you know, it's gonna be that kind of person. So maybe, you know, since it was Christian, he wanted, you know, post, you know, the Christian at that time would have been happy to have, you know, have Jack help out. Yeah. So why was Yemi so pissed? Maybe Yemi was pissed. Well, I think. Well, I don't know. Okay. The other thing is, he wanted Echo to confess. He did. He really wanted him to confess. Yeah. Like, you know, confess or die. I have no idea why that was so important, but. Well, he did a lot of bad things. The other thing about the question mark thing was a dream, you know, and like, can the smoke monster appear in your dream? You know, like, I don't know. That seems crazy to me. More crazy than the island influencing your dreams? I don't know. Somehow the island doing it was more plausible. I would rather put most of the craziness into as few magical entities as possible. I agree, but I guess I thought like Smokey was Smokey was antagonistic and the island was helpful. Like Smokey was like because like some of the stuff he's done just doesn't fit. Like if you try to put it, but I agree. In general with the show, like I'd expect them all to be the same. Like
yeah, and because they've really never given us any evidence that the island has its own anything. Its own. I mean, besides obviously some of those things that could be Smokey now. There's no like real hint that they're going in that direction that the island has. No one said anything like that. No one's ever like really talked about anything about the island having its own. Oh well, John talks about that.
I
forgot.
The sacrifice that the island demanded.
I forgot all about law. Oh God. But see, I think when he says the island, I think he means Jacob. I think that's what's been guiding Locke. I think it's been Jacob.
Okay, so maybe Jacob is the island.
I think Jacob is the island. I don't think there is an island on its own. I think it's Jacob.
Yeah, okay, and so maybe I'll buy that because Jacob isn't necessarily incriminated in everything the Smoke Monster's done, but yeah. I don't know. Still, it's going to be tough sorting all this out.
I just hope they don't say something like, whenever Jacob leaves his cabin and goes past the ash, he looks like Smokey. You know what I mean?
No.
Like he, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Somehow they did that, and then he, some weird reason, and then like, which makes no sense.
No, no, that's just crazy.
Because then you have like them blocking Jacob out of O-Town with the fin.
Yeah, which was pretty weird.
Which is weird. I don't know. But maybe during the full moons he turns into a werewolf. But since he's crazy and magical, it looks like a smoke monster.
Wow.
I think I got something.
Yeah, that's. Is Jacob a werewolf?
Is
Sounds
Jacob
like
a werewolf?
For the,
news at 11.
Yeah. Are your children safe?
Won't someone think of the children, please? All right. Well, we got to move past because we got to go talk about the movie.
I know. All right. Well, I think that's enough on that one. But whatever. The first when I didn't see it. I read about it first, and when I read about it, I was like, "Holy shit, that's crazy!"
Mm-hmm.
And then it was kind of an anticlimax to watch it. It was
yeah.
like, oh. Yeah, that's what I read about. Okay.
Yeah. I tell you got to stay away from all information.
Yeah,
because
I know.
it will spoil you.
I know.
Anything.
I know almost nothing about the new season. I've accidentally happened on a couple of tiny things, and I wish I hadn't done that.
Charlie's not dead.
I don't know anything about that. But yeah, what was I talking about? Fuck, I don't know.
I don't know either.
And anyway, I don't know. I don't know how to wrap this up. It's.
Oh, we were saying something about Ben. Jacob
I was
being
gonna sum up
Smokey.
okay. I kind of like this. Something about it, Bob. Like I felt when I was watching him with the dog. I felt like the dog wasn't acting very well. Like the dog didn't seem interested in what he was saying.
Of course not.
And it just bugged me. I was like, the dog doesn't give a shit what you're saying. It's like looking at its owner off camera or something. And
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like. The dog's acting bugs.
The dog is counting down till it gets his next doggy treat. It's like as soon as that man yells cut, I'm gonna get a treat.
Yeah, like you see, he's like sort of holding him. And it seemed like he was trying to like walk away, and it just ruins the moment. Like I need him to be transfixed by Christian.
Yeah.
Like I think the scene would work better, but he just seems to not care, and it's just,
if you got this veteran actor giving his all to a dog.
Exactly.
The dog who doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, he just sort of.
It's kind of a crazy, sinister moment, and he's just like deflated by the dog's like, "What you doing, Mister?"
I know. You don't have any treats. My treats are over there. I want to go over there.
I see where my treats are. There they are. Give them. I'm a Labrador.
I like dogs, but like they're not the best actors.
No.
They're just they're in their own world, and I don't think they have what it takes to be good actors.
I've seen so many scenes with dogs that would have been so much better because the dogs, they're not looking at the right place, and they're like their body is in a weird angle. They're kind of like it's like if they were really paying attention, they wouldn't be standing that way, whatever. And it's like, man, that dog doesn't care.
No, they're so easily distracted.
If it's like a longer scene, I feel like at the end of the scene, you can see the actors' faces like in relief that they got through it with none of the dog screwing up.
Yeah.
Especially if it ends on the dog having to do something, They're always like, yes, we got it. Oh, yay, he didn't poop this time.
Yeah. It's not dogs, but it's related. I was watching this thing on the season 1 DVD about the boar that they used. That apparently the boars that they got were like really lazy, and they could barely get them to run. And they had to use all the trickery they could to make them look like they were sort of fierce. Yeah. Because they were just kind of docile, just whatever. They did just sort of mildly trot, and now when I watch those scenes from season 1, I can see that they're not really doing anything.
It's the camera moving really fast. And
Yeah, they fool you, like oh man, those scary boar, but they're just so lazy, and I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna walk over here because
I'm a boar.
I think that might be part of why we don't see a lot of boar these days.
Well, no, the boar all left, remember?
Yeah, that whole thing. He was technically lying, but you know how Lost goes. Even if he was lying, they can make it true.
Yeah, that was the party line, so it becomes the truth.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
They ate all the boar.
Well, I'm ready for the season to start.
Well, me too.
I think I really I guess I know the title. I kind of wish I didn't even know that, but it's the kind of title that I don't know. It feels sort of contrived. It feels like if they hadn't signed that contract where they were going to have 3 more seasons, they wouldn't be able to call it that.
And I feel like they're calling it that because they're in a special situation where they can call it that. Yeah. But it's probably not the best title for the episode.
Yeah.
But it's cool. I like the idea. All right, here we go. This is the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I kind of like it too. I guess it kind of depends on what happens in the episode, but. But yeah, I'm quite sure that if they hadn't done that, it would not be called that.
Yeah.
So I don't know, that's weird. But I don't know whose flashback it is. I don't know anything. I don't want to know.
Yeah, me either. I don't know any of that stuff. I just realized this new TalkShoe client we're using doesn't tell you how long you've been recording.
It doesn't?
No, I don't see anything.
Let me see. I thought mine said that. Oh yeah. When I was muted, I think the live audio stream thing told me.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's not a very interesting comment. I do think I saw a counter there earlier.
But so I'd have to mute you.
Yeah.
And you can see it.
I think if you mute me, I could see it.
All right, let's test that theory.
Give it a shot.
All right, you're muted. Can you see it? I don't know if you can.
Wait it out.
What?
Oh, you gotta wait. Oh, you know what? I think it's when I'm on the phone. I think I gotta hang up. I'm not gonna do that.
What?
I think that the thing's disabled.
Oh, because you're on call. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd have to. I'm not gonna do that. It's not worth it.
Yeah, they should have a space like normal that tells you how long your thing's been recording.
They really should. I don't think this one's going to be a problem, but in the future we should watch out for that.
All right, you want to go to No Country?
Okay. Let's go. Welcome to the No Country for Old Men Lowdown.
Welcome to Mr. Podcast, the No Country for Old Men cast.
Episode 1.
Episode 1 of 1.
Of 1, yeah. Yeah. Unlike Dexter, we know this will be the only one.
Yes. So I'm sure a lot of you guys out there have seen No Country for Old Men. It's it's garnering awards and nominations and stuff and blah blah blah.
Everyone's talking about it.
It's the talk of the town. So if you haven't seen it, I think, it's a very interesting movie. I mean, Justin and I have never done a movie cast before, so that should tell you how much we like it. So go see it if you haven't, and then come back and listen.
And I suggest that if you haven't seen it and you have any interest whatsoever, I mean, you probably shouldn't listen because there will be spoilers.
Yeah, if you have not seen the movie but you think you will want to see it, you don't want to listen to this podcast.
And I mean, if you don't think you'll want to see it, you probably don't want to listen to us talking about it. But But whatever. I guess that's the category where if you really want to hear us talk about a movie you don't want to see, I mean, by all means. But
and then they'll do that and be at the end and be like, oh, now I want to see it. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, but
now.
The movie is the type of movie that has certain things that are kind of
Not
better.
everyone's going to like it. Not everyone's going to like it.
And, it's better, I think, to see it at least once without knowing what's going to happen.
Yeah, like The Sixth Sense, but not as
much. I mean, it doesn't rely on, but it does.
It doesn't rely on a big twist.
Some plot turns, definitely. So, yeah, and I mean, we'll have to talk about them. So,
maybe.
Okay, so that's my cautionary word of warning.
Spoiler caution done.
Mhm. Check. Okay.
All right. Well, I liked it. What did you think?
Roger, I'm giving this one a thumbs up.
Okay.
It's really good. So let's go to commercial.
All right, and the balcony is closed.
It's Siskel and Ebert and the movies.
Siskel and Ebert at the movies. See, because of what you did, Gene. Because of what you did. You want to flip your quarter? He's got such a weird accent in this movie. Have you ever heard him?
Yeah, he does.
Don't put it in your pocket, sir.
What? That was a weird voice.
Don't put the quarter in your pocket, sir.
Don't put the quarter.
I can't do it. But it's got this weird thing going on.
I think that's just his real accent.
Is it? I mean, it sounds like a Latin accent, but it's got like, I feel like I've heard him talk in other movies, and he's doing something different. He's doing something.
I've heard him interviewed, and it sounds. I mean, he's like, I don't know. He's doing kind of a voice for the character, but
yeah.
But I think the accent is mostly his.
You think so? Well, maybe.
Yeah. He's like, he's supposed to be a character who just sort of, I don't know, descends from somewhere, and he's not necessarily like fitting in with everybody.
Yeah, well, definitely.
So, I think that's why they sort of had him use an accent.
Yeah. So should we talk about what the movie's about?
I don't know. I don't know how to approach this. I've never done a movie cast before.
All right.
Should we sort of describe the plot? I mean, if you've seen it,
I think it'd be helpful.
You know,
if you've seen it, you know, but yeah, it just makes sense. I mean, most reviews would talk about, you know.
Yeah, they usually do that. Yeah. It'll orient us at least. So the basic premise is, man, you do it. I don't know how to start. There's.
All right.
I'm gonna go off on tangents. I need to. I'm not sure how to focus.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get one thing here. Look. Terribly organized.
Terribly.
Terribly.
I love that. That could mean like.
Yeah.
Either one.
Either way.
Wow.
Okay, so No Country for Old Men, directed by Joel and Ethan Coen, you know, written by Joel and Ethan Coen, the Coen brothers.
I should mention briefly that in general I'm a fan of the Coen brothers, and a little bit of trivia for anyone who's a fan of Coen brothers who probably already knows this, but in the past they've always split the credit between the one of them was a producer and the other one was a director.
Mm-hmm.
They always did that. Like with
Joel, I think Joel directed.
Yeah, and then they were both credited for writing. They did every movie like that for the longest time. It's the first one where they just went ahead and shared credit because that was the reality the whole time. It just they split it. I don't know why they did that originally, but it just became a thing. I don't know. It's not a big deal, but you know.
Producers make more.
Trivia. Yeah, maybe.
So the movie starts with Tommy Lee Jones playing Sheriff Bell, who you get these shots over the plains of like West Texas, and he's talking about basically this kind of really interesting just story. I mean, he's just kind of talking really about himself, about life, about his job. And this leads up to introducing Javier Bardem's character, Anton Chigurh, who is this like homicidal psychopath killer guy. Crazy.
Yeah.
And so you find him being arrested. Huh?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Sorry.
Oh.
I had a lot to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more there than obviously just that.
I'm kidding. All I said was yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never. You be quiet while I do this.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan.
I can't recap. Okay. So, no, I mean, feel free if you want to really add something. So anyway, what's interesting about the movie is at the beginning of the movie, we find the villain being arrested. We don't know why, but he's arrested and taken down to the precinct, down to the jail, and he's on the phone with the sheriff that we've heard. We haven't seen Tommy Lee Jones' character yet, but we've heard his voice from the beginning. And as soon as this deputy hangs up the phone, Anton basically kills him, strangles him with the handcuffs, and this is the very beginning of the movie, and we realize who we're dealing with here, which is a very crazy guy. He gives this face, the look on his face when he's strangling the guy is just insane.
It is, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You very quickly get a sense of who you're dealing with here.
Yeah, it's not normal like, I'm gonna kill you. It's he looks straight up and like, I don't know what that expression is. It's just sort of, I don't know, kind of maniacal.
Like, yeah, it's almost like it's something crazy. I mean, I want to say, like, not blind rage, but some sort of, like, very intense, some sort of emotion that he's having from that. You know, it's more than just, you're trying to stop me and I need to kill you.
Yeah.
It's something more than that. It's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah. He's sitting in the background and he's handcuffed with his hands behind his back and he pulls his legs through and then walks up behind the guy. You sort of see it happening while the guy's on the phone.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
So I'll just be a little bit more general.
Yeah, I know. We could go scene by scene.
Yeah. That's we're not set up for that. So basically, what happens is while he's out hunting deer, what's his name? Josh Brolin's character, Llewellyn Moss. He shoots is it a deer or is it an antelope?
Man, I got so confused about what happened. I still don't understand. Like, of the many scenes in the movie, that's the one I understand the least. Like,
oh really? You talking about how what led to what kind of thing?
Well, no, kind of. Like he shoots, and I guess he walks up, right, and he sees a blood trail.
Yeah, basically he shoots the deer in the distance, and he goes to find the deer. And he sees the he sees the deer in the distance, and he looks down, he sees a blood trail. But the blood, I believe this is what happens. But the blood trail doesn't lead to the deer; it leads to this dog that is whimpering away in a different direction. So he decides to not follow the dog or the deer, but to go the opposite direction. So that's what's really. It's not just like the deer led to the dog.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what happened. The deer led to the dog, and the dog leads to the end of this big shootout, this drug trade gone bad.
Yeah.
But it's really cool, and one of the themes of the movie is fate, and I guess destiny and stuff like that. So that sort of very logical, linear path from and literally following a trail, basically. From one thing leads to another thing, leads to the main thing.
Yeah. I thought like did he shoot the dog or he didn't?
He didn't shoot the dog. The dog got shot at the big event.
Okay, and it's just
slipping
away from that. Like
it's slipping away from that.
I thought he shot the dog, and I was like, I can see the dog.
No, he didn't shoot the dog. He shot the deer.
Or like I thought, like, is that supposed to be a deer? Like, come on, guys.
Come on, guys. They don't have a big budget, but you can get a real deer, can't you?
Yeah.
You have to get a dog with no antlers. No. But that's what was cool was he only saw the dog's blood trail because he's looking for the deer's blood trail.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That part's cool.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was the other thing. The blood trail started. I don't understand that. If he didn't shoot the dog. The what? The blood trail started. He.
Oh, I think it was supposed to be the dog. Maybe the dog hovered there for a second. I don't think it had started there.
It looked to me like it was just like. It was just.
I mean, I think blood trails will be pretty sporadic.
That's what gave me the impression, like, the trail, like, going out to the dog, like, it was sort of like a line, and it just seemed to start right at the point where he finds it. That's what made me think he shot the dog.
Oh, I think that's what it is. He follows the deer trail of blood first, right? And then that crosses paths with the dog's blood.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, because you see the deer in the distance when he stops. Before he sees the dog, I think he sees the deer in the distance, and then he sees the dog. Well, I can look at it now. I got it up here. It's all right. Yeah. Okay. So he shoots the deer. He's on the plains, picturesque Texas, dry as ever. He's following the blood trail. It's very casual. He's really not in a hurry.
No, not at all.
Yeah, so he's following the blood trail. Still following. And here we go. And then he sees the blood going in a different direction. It's the dog's blood. So that's when he looks. He goes,
okay.
Wait a minute. This one, because, the other one was going parallel to him. Now this one was going perpendicular to him.
Okay. But it doesn't start there?
No, it doesn't start there.
Okay. All right.
And it doesn't start there.
All right, I missed
Oh, that's
it.
what you see. You see the dog in the distance, not the deer. The deer. That's the thing. He never gets the deer. Like,
yeah.
he never even finds where it is.
The great
it's not about the deer.
Yeah. That's the thing. I wasn't sure if he actually hit a deer or not, and okay.
Yeah, I mean, you see him hit the deer.
That's what I thought I saw.
You're like, was there a dog in the middle of all those deer?
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
Oh, geez.
It was, yeah, I know. Okay, well, it makes more sense now.
So, following the trail of the dog blood
this
leads...
is all very important.
This is like 5 seconds of the movie. And he basically follows where the trail of blood leads to, and it leads to this, the remnants of this big drug deal gone bad. You've got like 3 or 4 big like off-road trucks, and bullet holes everywhere. There's another dog there that's dead, shot with a shotgun. There's a couple guys dead around on the ground. Josh Brolin, he's checking everything out, and he finds a guy in the truck still half alive who's asking for water, and he doesn't have any. And then he looks in the back of that truck and he sees a whole bunch of cocaine, and he realizes, okay, this is what this is. This is a drug deal. And then he goes back to the guy who's still kind of half alive and asks, which I thought was a great line. He asked for the last man standing, ultimo hombre, which sounds like something you would call Kaiser Sose or something.
Yeah.
It sounds very menacing. I forgot about that until I saw the movie again, and I was like, that seems so menacing, Where's the ultimo hombre? Like, I don't know. And because he basically knows that there's got to be money involved in this somewhere, and who's ever the last man standing is going to be the guy with the money. So using his hunting skills, he decides, hey, I'm gonna go find where this guy is, and he realizes that the guy, is probably gonna be hurt, and if he's gonna, be looking for shelter, basically. And he spots him in the distance at a tree, and by this time he's dead, and he gets the money. And there starts the plot of Josh Brolin with this money. How much was it? Like $2 million?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
think PayPal would be easier? But they charge a fee now, so...
I should mention that this is kind of a period piece. This movie's taking place in, approximately 1980. So $2 million is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's better than what it is now.
Yeah, which is still pretty good.
So, anyway, it's I don't know. I think now, $2 million might not seem as impressive, but given that it's in 1980, it's
for a guy to find in a case, it's still pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Even now, but what he goes through, it seems I don't know.
Yeah, and that's an interesting choice. The movie is an adaptation based on a book, right?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming the book takes place then.
It does, yeah.
It's interesting that they didn't decide to just make it, because it really wouldn't affect the plot that much.
No, not
except
really.
for maybe the idea of some people would have had cell phones or something.
Yeah.
That's really the only thing. They make a lot of calls at payphones.
Yeah.
But besides that, it's sort of set in these rundown towns, so the cars are older anyway.
Yeah,
so you don't really
expect
notice.
them to look like that. So
it
doesn't seem odd. Probably they would have a computer at the police station or something. But
yeah, it just and everything feels very small town anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So the fact that it is in the 80s and small town,
Yeah, and there's a few lines about characters being in Vietnam, which given their age wouldn't be possible if it was.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah. I remember when he asked that and I was like, you're not that old, but I'm like, whatever. Okay, sure. I'm like, I guess I'm not getting it. But that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be in the 80s.
Yeah, and if it's in the 80s, then it's doable.
Yeah. So he finds this money and proceeds to try to figure out how to keep this money. And I'm going to really just generalize summarize the rest of the thing.
You're going to get way less detail.
Yeah, I got like 2 more lines.
That's the central setup. He finds this money, and now he's going to try to keep it.
So now he's going to try to keep it, but of course he's got Anton Chigurh, played by Javier Bardem, on his trail. And one of the things that's keeping Javier Bardem a step ahead is that he gets the transceiver for the tracking device that's in the money.
Yeah.
Which Josh Brolin doesn't know about in the beginning. So
and that tracker
I don't know.
is an old-fashioned looking thing too.
Yeah. Oh, it looks. Yeah. It looked really old-fashioned.
I didn't think about that until later, and I'm like, man, that thing really does look old. Makes sense. That's what they should have had back then. Yeah.
Surprised it worked.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know what else to do besides just talk about the scenes that are cool.
Okay.
Maybe we can talk about them in the order that they come. Which I realized from watching this movie again, it's really just like one good scene after another.
It is.
You know what I mean? And not in the sense that like all the scenes are good, but just that it feels almost like vignettes almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That like all the scenes almost kind of have their own thing going on.
Yeah.
You know, a very decided beginning and end, and they kind of just feel like a series of good scenes put together.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I know what you mean. It's sort of episodic. Yeah.
Definitely. So,
God, I don't know what to say.
Well, I think to me, I'd like to start with what I thought was the first great scene of the movie.
Okay.
Which our sequence really, I think it's one of the most well-written things ever.
Yeah,
in the
no,
past
that is
year
really
at least.
That is really good.
Is the scene basically he you know, like I said before, the guy who's half dead at this crime scene, you know, he basically takes the money and, you know, leaves the scene, leaves he's gotta die. And the guy, you know, asks for water, and so, you know, Llewellyn comes home and, you know, he has a little banter with his wife, you know, and I love, like, you know, she says, what's in the case? He's like, you know, $2 million. She's like, that'll be the day. You know, because when your husband comes home with the case and he says there's $2 million in it, yeah, right, whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
And he does it, and he's like, yeah, I'm serious. And she's like, whatever, you want some dinner? You know, it's like,
yeah.
You know, he's being honest, and she's just being, you know, what she would normally say.
What she would say. I really like their dialogue in that first scene. I don't know.
It's really good.
I like when she goes. She says, "Where'd you get the gun?" He goes, "At the getting place."
Oh yeah. At the getting place. Yeah, one of the best lines is later. She's like, I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this. He's like, well, I got a good feeling. That should even out.
Yeah. That's a good line too. Yeah, they're just, I don't know, their, like, banter is really entertaining to me.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's stuff we grew up on growing up in Texas. Texans are just very interesting, witty people.
Yeah, I guess.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Not that they aren't, but.
I don't know, it's like, it's not like overly nice, but it's sort of friendly. Like
it's very familiar. It's a familiar like dialogue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is the kind of stuff you say to people you know really well.
Yeah.
You know, where it's very anti-formal.
Yeah.
Is that a word? I don't know what that means. Unformal?
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like, you know, I think in general, you know, in situations like this, they want to establish the relationship. And I think a lot of times they make it a little too saccharine. Like they're just all like happy with each other, and so it's going to be worse when they're in danger later. You know, or when one's in danger and the other is trying to stop it, or whatever. You know, I like the casual sort of familiarity of it all. It was nice and like reasonable. They didn't hate each other clearly. Like, you know, they.
Well, yeah, I think it painted them like a regular couple, like you know, who, you know, they're just hanging out, like it's not a big you know, like this is their normal routine, you know. They're not super like lovey-dovey, you know, and they're not at each other's throats.
Yeah.
You know, they're just like going about their business, you know. So Okay, so the point was that in the middle of the night, he, I guess, has a trouble sleeping because this guy asked for water and he didn't give it to him.
This is something that occurs later. I like the sort of 2 times this happens.
Yeah, I mean the movie, like I said, has a lot to, plays a lot with the idea of fate and things like that, and so. Kind of the idea is that if he wouldn't have been such a nice guy into wanting to come back to give this guy water, things wouldn't have played out the same way. And so he gets a big jug of water, and he tells his wife, that he's going to go do something stupid because he knows going back to this, crime scene is just a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because he knows people are going to be looking for the money and or the drugs. And soon. So anyway, he drives back out there, and the scene is just so well. I mean, Roger Deakins is one of the best DPs ever, man. Like he shoots most of the Coen Brothers stuff, and all their movies look great. And anyway, I just love that shot. He parks his truck at the top of the canyon, and it's just a little bit blue, backlit, and everything else is just like dark, and you got this huge background and foreground, and they do this really cool suspenseful thing where he keeps looking back to the top of the ridge. And like he looks back to the last time, and there, his truck is by itself, and you realize like, if someone did come there, you could kind of tell before they, found you,
Yeah.
And then, then he, so what happens? He goes back to the guy, and by the time the guy's dead, so it was like pointless him come back out there.
Yeah.
And then he looks back, he hears something, he looks back, and there's a second truck up on the ridge.
Yeah.
And
these
guys,
the shit out of me.
it was great. It was very scary because you knew it was gonna happen.
You did, yeah.
But it was like, oh well, because that's his escape, is his truck.
Yeah.
He's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's like, okay, well now they just cut off your escape plan. Like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, you're just sort of like stuck, and like it just the way they shot it made it seem like that car just appeared there. Like, it wasn't there. It wasn't there, and then all of a sudden, like. There it is. Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like it's there, and luckily, it hasn't been too long, but you don't know exactly how long.
Yeah.
And that's what's kind of creepy. And then you can tell that they're like flattening his tires, so there's no point for him to go back to that truck.
Yeah,
and
he's like, yeah, this was really a bad idea. He was right.
Yeah, and so. What ensues is one of the best scenes of the movie, and I think the first great scene of the movie. When the guys in the truck, and these guys are the Mexicans, right?
Yeah.
These are the Mexicans who part of the drug deal.
Yeah, involved with the people who were involved in the drug deal gone bad.
Yeah. So they start chasing him down and trying to gun him down, basically.
They're in a truck.
He's on foot.
He's just running away. I'm like, man, this can't work.
Yeah. Luckily, he runs far enough to where he gets to the edge of a cliff, not really a cliff, but a
drop-off.
A drop-off, yeah. And as he dives off of this drop-off, he gets shot in the shoulder. And then there's a little river down there, and he starts swimming, but they release the dog.
Yeah.
And the dog starts chasing him. And, of course, once the guy's in the water, you think, oh, okay, well, the dog's going to stop. The dog's not going to get wet. Then the dog jumps in the water and starts swimming downstream after Llewellyn, and you think, okay, well, the dog's going to give up because it's a dog, and it's swimming now. What is this dog doing?
Yeah.
But then the dog is still chasing you. So so you've gone from this sort of nighttime scene in the little canyon, and now you're like it's sort of dawn, and and now you're in the river rapids.
Yeah.
And so finally he swims downstream a bit, and then gets back onto the other side of the bank, and then the dog does likewise and starts coming after him. Like he swims to the shore and it just like resumes this, chase. And then Llewellyn takes out his gun and has to like dry a couple of components, which I wouldn't have thought to do because I don't know anything about guns. I would have just shot and I guess it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
But he had to dry some things out and stuff because his gun got wet. And then he shoots the dog right as the dog is jumping at him. And It's a great scene.
I have to give
scene.
credit to that dog actor. We were kind of
very good dog actor.
Yeah,
very good
I
dog
totally
actor.
believe that dog was like going for his throat.
Yeah,
Like it was a good jump there.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I think dog actors are good when they have to do something.
Yeah.
But when they just have to sit there, that's when it's really bad.
Maybe that's the key.
When they have to, like, pay attention, like, no, they don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was the other thing, too. He took off his boots before he started swimming.
Oh, yeah.
Which, like, if I had boots on, I guess I don't know. I guess I would have taken them off. I think people who wear boots know to take boots off when you go swimming, but I don't wear boots, so I feel like I would have kept them on and drowned.
Yeah.
But I hope I would have realized that would have been the thing to do.
It's been a long time since I wore shoes in the swimming pool, but I remember it being really weird.
Yeah, it is weird, but I was just thinking, like, if you're gonna go, and I guess I thought he was just gonna go cross. I didn't think he was gonna swim.
Yeah.
So, because you're going to want your shoes when you get out of the water.
Yeah, and
he did. Yeah, he got his feet torn up.
Yeah, he had to deal with that.
So basically, the end of that scene is he basically gets, he's killed the dog. He's far away from the bad guys, and he is, he's going to basically get back home now. So I know what the next good scene is, and I think you do too.
Oh. Wait, I think I know. Is the next good scene the gas station?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Definitely.
You want to talk about it?
Okay, so you want me to say what happens?
If you want.
Okay.
There's your lead-in.
So, so to fill in the story of Mr. Sugar, he kills
Sugar?
No, Sugar.
Oh, really? Wow.
And he's
Sounds
not
like
Mr. Sugar.
Mr. Sugar. He ain't so sweet.
No.
Mr. Sugar ain't so sweet.
No. So he kills the deputy at the beginning. Then he takes the police car and he pulls someone over. And using his strange weapon, kills this guy and takes his car, and then so then he's driving this car and he stops for gas, and that's the setup for this.
Okay.
I mean, in general, what was I gonna say? Okay, sorry. So he stops for gas. He goes inside. I mean, this is such a.
And he finds a magical surprise.
This is so very mundane, but it's a great scene. So he goes in there to pay for his gas and to buy some kind of like candy, or what was that he was eating? Like
some sort of candy.
Some kind of candy, so he goes up and to pay for the candy and the gas, and basically it's not much is happening, and then the gas station attendant decides to say something like, you get a lot of rain up your way, and this sort of sets him off. I don't know. He really doesn't like this question. He, along. You want to do this?
Should I?
I'm having trouble.
Do you need to tag me in?
I do. I'm floundering here. I don't know how to do this justice.
Okay, so basically what happens is Javier Bardem's character, Anton Chigurh, he's trying to pay for his gas and buy the candy, like Justin says, and this older, he's in his probably late 60s, 70s, gas station attendant. He actually runs the place. He owns the place, which the means by which we'll talk about soon. And
yeah.
And so he makes an idle comment, being neighborly, being friendly. He goes, you get a lot of rain your way, and Anton says, what way is that? He goes, well, he basically says, I've seen you coming and going. I know you're from Dallas. And he goes, well, what business is it of yours where I'm from? And so this began, so this sort of questioning, this sort of intrusion upon his privacy sort of sets out this really cool scene. And so now this guy has basically opened up Pandora's box, because now he's under the microscope of this serial killer who wants to basically get some retribution for this sort of intrusion of his privacy. So he starts to basically generally antagonize the guy, asking questions like, now I forget the first part. Why the guy gets scared. I forgot why he got scared in the very beginning, but the guy was basically, he was getting bad vibes from Anton, because Anton was giving very bad vibes. And the guy was like, well, we need to close up now. And he goes, oh, yeah, what time do you close? And he goes, we close now. He goes, well, now's not a time. When do you close? Being very like, this is the first scene where we got to see sort of the psychology of the character, I think, in terms of his personality and his where he comes from a very like fundamental level, I guess. His sort of way about doing things and his interpretation of things, basically. The idea that things aren't sort of, things are just how they appear to be. There's no sort of extra magic or anything like that. So he's a very like simple, straightforward kind of thinker, I think, to a certain degree. Anyway,
yeah.
So long story short, there's some other good stuff that I forget, but long story short, he basically he threatens to like come back. He goes, oh, do you live in the old house in the back? He goes, yeah. He goes, well, maybe I'll come back when you're sleeping. And he goes, well, why? We'll be closed. So little creepy things like that. And so Anton tells him, he takes out a quarter and said, what's the most you've ever lost in a coin toss? And the guy's like, well, I don't really know. I can't really say, And Anton flips the coin and wants him to call it, And the guy is like, well, what are the stakes here? What do I stand to lose, to gain, if I get it right? And Anton says he stands to gain everything, which is what does that mean?
Yeah.
And so after a good amount of, hesitation on calling this, and a very interesting that he didn't just give in immediately and call it, because I think it is worthwhile to know, okay, well, what, you can't just flip a coin and ask me to call it. I need to know, what the stakes are.
I mean, I think already, with the what time do you go to bed? I go to bed about 9:30. I could come back then. Like he's already sort of made veiled threats, and so
yeah, he's already made veiled threats. It's fairly obvious that if this guy doesn't doesn't guess the coin toss right, that he's going to be murdered.
Yeah, like he's guessing that's probably what's up, and he's just not. He's not ready to just go for it yet.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to kind of stall, like, okay, what are we talking about? Let's maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. So the guy basically calls heads, and Anton moves his hand, and we see that it's heads. And he goes, it's your lucky day, sir, and he gives him the quarter. And he's about to put the quarter in his pocket, and he tells him, don't put the quarter in your pocket, sir, because it'll just get, it's a special quarter, it's your lucky quarter. If you put it in your pocket, it'll just get mixed around and become just regular change. Which it is. So it was and that part was crazy, because you thought you got a handle on what he was, okay, this is a special coin, and now, okay, he's got this, like, emphasis on this symbol or whatever, but then it's like, praise this symbol. Then it's like, oh, no, it's not that special.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't really know which way to go with that. And that's the other thing I meant to mention in that middle part of the scene, when Anton seems to take issue that the man was he didn't own the place outright. It was his wife's father's place, his father's-in-law's place. He kind of inherited the place. And Anton said, oh, so you married into it, you know.
Mhm.
And the guy was like, well, you can put it that way if you want. And I was like, well, I'm not trying to put it any way. That's the way it is, you know. Like, so he's very like straightforward, logical kind of thinker, I think, in his own way.
In his own way, yeah. Yeah. He's a little bit too offended by like an idle question, but you know, because I don't think the guy really knew or cared where he was from, but
I'm sorry. Is this podcast still being recorded?
yeah.
I just got an error. My thing just closed.
Oh,
it said it lost the connection.
Yeah, you know, I saw I saw that you were gone, but the thing still says it's being recorded.
Okay. I'm sure it would have said something.
Yeah. You're showing up as being on the phone, but not on the computer part. There you are.
Okay. Well, there I am. Back.
Yeah, I think everything's okay.
All right. Back to the podcast.
Yeah.
So great scene.
Yeah. This scene is like, it's as far as like his character goes, it's you know, one of the more revealing.
Mhm. The movie is very what's the word?
I think
like,
it lets you know that this guy he's not the Terminator. Like he's you know, he's not just going to kill everybody that gets in his way, no matter
which is
what.
worse. Yeah, and I think that's the kind of thing that makes his character more interesting and it makes him scarier. Is that you don't really know why he's going to kill you.
Yeah.
You don't know if he will kill you or not. Maybe he'll let you go. Maybe you'll guess the coin toss right. Maybe you won't. Like, to me, that's scarier than just knowing, you know, this maniacal person is going to kill anybody who is in his way. You know?
Right. Yeah, exactly. It isn't predictable, you know, like someone like that. I mean, they're still a threat, but at least you know what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's like he just sort of, you know, he lets this guy go on a whim after kind of toying with him for a while, you know, and there's this, I don't know, like the fact that he kind of, you know, I think he sort of relished doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like,
yeah. And it seems like, you know, and the coin toss idea is brought up in the movie some more, and it seems like they're playing with a lot of things, but the idea that he is how do I say it? That with the coin toss, it's basically his way of letting the other person determine their own fate. Yeah. You know, which is kind of interesting. Because he says a lot of times in the movie, you know, like, you know, I'm here, almost I'm here because I'm here, you know, I'm supposed to be here because I'm here, you know, kind of thing. And I guess what's weird to me, the flaw with this system, I think, is like, you know, he's like, okay, well, I'm going to kill this station clerk because he offended me. Mm-hmm. But I won't kill him if fate doesn't want me to, and the evidence of that will be by if this guy calls it correctly. Mm-hmm. But it's like he wouldn't have to call it correctly if you didn't just on a for whatever reason want to kill him. you know? Yeah. It's like he's creating these instances of needing fate to intervene, right? You know, or him wanting fate to intervene to say what the decision should be. Yeah. You know, which is what's interesting. It's like his logic system doesn't really make a lot of sense, or at least I don't think we get enough information to make it make sense. Yeah, no, definitely not. So like, you know, like we said, you don't really know what he's going to do or where he's really coming from, because sometimes, you know, he says don't put the special quarter in with the rest of your change, you know, because it'll just become a regular coin. But it is. Yeah. And is that his point, or does he mean the opposite of that? You know, like, right. You know. But I was going to say the movie is very, I don't want to say balance isn't really the word, but I think they take time to show certain aspects of Llewellyn and then certain aspects of, you know, the protagonist and the antagonist, and it's kind of this like duality thing going on, you know, because I think this scene, seeing the sort of how Anton thinks, is analogous to the previous scene with Llewellyn, seeing how he thinks,
Yeah.
at the little crime scene thing.
Mhm.
And their sort of skills and stuff. So
yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah.
So what?
It's
what's
definitely
the
a
next
setup, and it's. I mean, it's technically a superfluous scene. You don't need it for the plot.
Yeah. Well, the only thing you need it for is later with the coin toss with the wife.
It does set up the coin toss,
Yeah.
but besides that, it's it's really just his character development.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it really caught my attention. Like, I think before that, the movie is one thing, and once his character sort of lets himself be known as the kind of person he is, it takes on a different quality.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that the scene that is telling you what kind of movie it is in a scene that we've seen before. The serial killer with someone, particularly in a gas station, but with someone that's expendable to the plot.
Yeah.
You would think in a scene like this, the guy would have died.
Yeah.
This would have been a chance for us to see the killer kill.
Yeah.
And they took this familiar opportunity and basically made it a way to show character.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah. And he's just not. I don't know. I'm not. Whatever kind of character he is, I haven't seen a lot of, and so it's just sort of draws me in. I want to know, what this guy's deal is.
Mm-hmm.
And it just sort of hooked me in the movie. Like the other sequence was really good, but I think his character takes the movie from being just a pure sort of genre kind of movie to something slightly different from that.
Mm-hmm.
It gives it this extra quality that wouldn't be in a movie like that normally.
The sort of Coen Brothers quality, maybe.
Yes. But I guess I have to give some credit to the whoever wrote the novel.
Yeah, well, I'm sure.
Because the character is definitely there, and I think they stuck to it pretty closely. There's a few things that were their idea. I believe the dog was theirs. I remember hearing that, but
yeah.
But yeah, I gotta give him credit too.
All right, duly noted.
Yeah, but yeah, I think this is I think this is the scene that, if they do an Academy Awards ceremony, they'll probably show.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. Yeah, because this scene, is getting played a lot.
Yeah.
Like, when I watch, stuff from this movie, they do clips from this scene a lot.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Like, you go to the website, and it's quotes from this scene.
Yeah, wow.
I think they know this scene is really good.
Mm-hmm. So, what next scene are we talking about here? I guess we should talk about the next big one, which is introducing Tommy Lee Jones.
Oh, what scene would that be?
That's the one where he comes out to the where the cars are. He sees the aftermath.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right.
And this is the first time you see him, right? Or yeah. Okay.
This is the first time you
see him at home. Yeah. So
yeah, you see him at home. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say what you say.
Yeah. Just repeat me, and you'll be fine. So Tommy Lee Jones goes out to he's called out to the aftermath of this big shootout. Actually, I think he actually is called out to the Anton when he killed the guy for the car, maybe? Isn't that what first?
Yeah, I think that first.
I don't know why the car's on fire though.
I don't either. That was weird.
Yeah, it was just and it was off the road and
Now he does blow up a car later in the movie. I don't know if we're supposed to think maybe that's what he did, and he just did it off screen or something.
Well, but he did that for a specific reason.
He did do that for a specific reason, but
anyway, not directly, but anyway, they go out to the crime scene, and they see, and it's Tommy Lee Jones, Sheriff Bell, is that his name?
yeah,
and the deputy.
Ed Tom Bell.
Ed Tom Bell, yeah. And Ed and the deputy, and they're looking around, and they basically piece together what's going on here. By this point in the movie, some middle management with the people who are, I guess, we're trying to buy the drugs, maybe. I feel like it's their money, so I feel like they were buying the drugs.
Mhm.
They meet Anton
I
out
think you're
in
right about that. Yeah.
Yeah, they meet Anton out at the crime scene at the big shootout, and they're trying to figure out what's going on, what the next step should be. Anton finds the transceiver for the tracking device and the money, and then he shoots his two sort of bosses. But I guess a guy like this doesn't have any bosses.
Yeah, he's really
little do his bosses know.
He's really strange like that. You can get him to do something for you, but he might kill you if you do the wrong thing.
Yeah, when he doesn't need you anymore, I think you're.
Yeah, and it's just so weird. It's like you're a killer for hire, and like you're gonna dictate the circumstances under which you'll allow yourself to be hired, and like at any point you can just turn on your employer. Like it's just so weird. Like I wouldn't want to hire this guy. He's too unpredictable.
But yeah, by the time you've hired him, you can't take it back.
Yeah, I know, exactly. It's too late, and he's just going to keep going. Like, he doesn't even care anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, you killed the guy that hired you. Why are you still, like, doing all this stuff?
Yeah, it makes it seem like he wanted the money for himself or something. Like, you don't really know why he's so obsessed. And even when he gets the money back, it's he's still doing things he shouldn't do. So yeah, I don't know what his motivation really is, other than some sort of personal code or something. Yeah,
I guess that's what it's supposed to be.
But anyway, so yeah, because this is with the sheriff and the deputy, and they're piecing together this. So they see the original dead bodies from the drug trade gone bad. Then they see the two dead bodies that Anton shot the night before, and they kind of, and to their credit, they realize what's going on. It's good that they didn't spend the whole time like trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, I guess a TV show would have done. And so off they go. I don't really do anything, but
they figured it out pretty quickly. I like when the deputy says I'm gonna get the line wrong and it'll ruin everything.
Oh, hell's bells! They even shot the dog.
No, no, it was. Let me see. I'm looking at the script. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah. So this was earlier, getting set to trade. Then, whoa, differences.
Yeah. That was a weird line.
Differences.
Whoa, differences. Yeah.
That's the way you sum up this scene. It's funnier if you see it. Like, whoa, differences.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like that line. This scene is very Fargo-esque. The scene with Frances McDormand and her like deputy or whatever investigating the scene of the cop that gets shot in Fargo. It's like has a very similar tone. It's they're doing their sort of Minnesota kind of thing. With the same kind of scene and the same sort of they figure it out. Also.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know. They're strangely similar scenes, given that I don't think they necessarily made up this scene, but there's I don't know.
It's the cops solving a crime, but showing their personality doing it.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah. It's regional cops like solving a crime. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess that's the thing.
Regionally.
regionally.
So where are we? So they go off. Anton comes looking for Llewellyn. I think is he the one who prized the inspection or registration number off the truck? So he tracks him down. He tracks what trailer park he lives at, and by this time, of course, he's one step ahead. So him and his wife are already gone.
Yeah, they left. He sent the wife off to
Odessa.
Odessa, yeah, that sounds right.
So he's putting her on a bus to Odessa while I think her mom lives in Odessa.
Yeah, her mom's there. Yeah.
So he's going to go off and try to deal with, I don't know why where is he going?
He's going to go do something.
What did he say? What was his excuse?
I don't remember. He said he was going
I don't think he had one.
No, there was some reason. He was going to go, I don't know. When was that?
Anyway.
Was that before that scene? Yeah, it was. Wasn't it?
It should have been on the bus when he said it.
Yeah.
I don't remember what he said. Doesn't really matter.
So, okay. I guess, yeah, okay. Okay. Well, he's supposed to be running away because he left his car there.
He's supposed to be running away? What do you mean?
Yeah, okay. He says, yeah, okay. So he realized he left his car there. He believes people are going to show up soon. And so he's getting her safe and running off in another direction. He doesn't want to be with her because he believes he's going to be in danger.
Mhm. Yeah.
Imminently. So that's the idea. Like, he's not necessarily doing anything. He just wants to get her out of the way.
Yeah, he just wants to get her out of the way. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
so Sugar goes to the trailer park and he does his patented below the lock-in move where he takes this little weapon. He's got this canister with
a cattle gun
with a tube connected to it. Yeah. Later you discover this is a gun that you kill cattle with. I guess it fires out a little cylinder and then retracts it. So it has this canister of like whatever that shoots the thing out.
Compressed air,
I guess. And so he puts this up to like door locks and blows them in. That's his method for getting into places.
Breaking and entering.
Yeah. It's a nice method. I haven't seen it before. I gotta give him that. And it's clean.
Mhm.
Very, very clean. So he goes in the house, and it really creeped me out. Like when he goes in there, he sort of reads his mail, and then he sits down on a couch, and he decides to have some milk, and then he just stares at himself, like seemingly in the TV reflection.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, I don't know. That was just weird. Like, I don't know what he's doing. Like
I thought he was trying to get a sense of who the guy was who lived there.
You think? Oh, okay.
Because he gets a bottle of milk, and I mean I don't think you see him drink it, but he gets it out, and just sits it on the table, and it seems like he's.
Oh, the sheriff drinks it later.
The sheriff drinks it later, which I'm like.
Drink this guy's milk.
I'm like, well, I think what I thought he was trying to do was tell how long the milk had been out, because he says that line about that it's still sweating, but then like right around the time he tastes it, he says more specifically how long it's been.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what that really like. He got a glass because he's really just trying to see how cold it is.
I'm like, man.
Yeah, I'm like, this killer could have just like poisoned this milk and left. Like, why would you drink this?
I didn't even think about that. I was just bothered by the fact that he was like stealing this guy's milk.
Oh.
Walk in his house and, hey, there's some milk. I'll just have some. Like, come on. Don't do that.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird what Shigur's doing by just sitting there kind of staring at himself, and I don't know. I mean, he's got the tracker, so it's like, but I guess it's not in range yet. I guess that's why he's trying to figure out which direction to go. So that's my idea. Is he's trying to figure out who this guy is, what he's going to do. But what's really interesting is later when the sheriff and the deputy come to the trailer, you know, like we were just saying, the sheriff sits down in the same spot. He pours himself a glass of milk, and he, you know, then we see that he's looking at his reflection in the mirror, in the TV. And it looks like he's sensing that Shigur was there, almost like Shigur left an impression of himself there.
Yeah.
And now, like the sheriff is picking it up.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah, and he notices that the lock was blown out.
Yeah.
Which comes in later.
Yeah, very much so.
But yeah, no, I got that sense too. There's a few times where that happens. A strange like mirror image scene, you know, something happening and then happening later in slightly different context.
Yeah, they're big on duality in this movie. So.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, there's several examples of that. I never realized how many there were until I thought about it and sort of watched it a few times. But there's just, I don't know. It's but he gets a sense like there's someone, you know, someone's after Llewellyn and this someone is, I don't know, possibly a problem.
So, the next part of the movie, we see Llewellyn checking into a cheap motel. He, you know, sort of checks on his wound and everything, and tries to figure out where he's going to hide this money.
He picked the option.
Yeah, the lady. He sees the air vent and decides, okay, that'll be a good place to hide the money. So he, you know, gets a little screwdriver and takes the screws off the vent, takes the vent off, and in a very, you know, MacGyver sort of way, and later too, you know,
he's very MacGyver.
Yeah, he gets his little, I guess he has like a Leatherman, which I think any person like this character would definitely have a Leatherman with them. And so he, you know, uses the knife and he cuts part of the cord on the blinds, and he ties that to the briefcase, and then he uses some sort of long pole. I don't know where he got the.
He takes it from the closet.
Exactly. So then he uses that to push the briefcase all the way to the back of the vent where it makes a turn, and he pushes it over so that if you actually looked in it, you wouldn't see it right away. You know, if you were looking for it, you'd see it, but he, you know, he kind of hides it to a big degree. Anyway, so what happens after that? He hides it, then Shigur's making phone calls trying to figure out where Llewellyn is. He calls like the mom in Odessa, and she's like, "Why would I know where he is?" You know, his mother-in-law.
Right.
Llewellyn goes out to buy some new boots and some new socks because his are all bloodied from his feet bleeding. And then when he comes back to the hotel later that night, he sees that there is a truck parked in front of his room, and it looks like the same trucks that we saw at the big shootout. And so he tells the cab driver to keep going, and you know, and in one of the good lines of the movie, the cab driver is like, "Hey man, I don't want to get caught in some sort of jackpot here," you know, which I think is a great a great way to take a situation like that. Like, I don't want to win the big prize, you know, because the big prize ain't fun.
Yeah.
So, but he ends up taking him to a different hotel, and then there's some scenes in between. But the end of that scene, end of this whole thing is the next day Llewellyn comes back and checks into a different room at the hotel, one that is on the other side of the room he previously had, and he basically, in the very MacGyver fashion, as I said before, he goes to a camping, like a outdoor supply place, and basically buys gets a lot of tent poles and duct tape, and tapes the tent poles together and duct tape together and some parts of hangers together, and makes this really long grappling hook thing, and goes up to the vent and grabs the suitcase full of money that he stashed up there in the other room. He grabs it from the other side, which is good for him because
really good for him.
And in his room, his old room, Anton Chigurh busts in with his patented, cattle stun gun to the cattle gun to the lock trick, and busts in. And now not only does he have his cattle gun, but he's got his I don't know what to call it. This super gun that shoots ball bearings, or I don't know what it shoots.
Yeah, that gun was crazy.
It's some sort of compressed air gun.
It seems like it spits stuff. Like every time it shot, it seemed like it was just like.
Yeah, it's some sort of something crazy, and it shoots multiple projectiles, sort of like a shotgun, but cooler.
Yeah.
And so he busts into the room, and of course, if you've seen the movie, and hopefully you have, because you shouldn't listen to this if you haven't. But if you've seen the movie, this scene is weird because you don't really know the logistics of what room this really is, or where he really is, or what's really going on. But he busts into the room, and he basically there's one guy in the main room there on the bed, and what's cool is I didn't notice it the first time, when he shoots him, he shoots his arm off, but it's still like dangling, like his forearm is like broken in two. I don't know if you caught that, but like that's the first shot, and then he shoots him again, which like knocks him over and really
yeah. I did.
Like that first shot just like mangles his arm, which is just like crazy.
I saw that this time. I didn't notice that
Yeah. And then he goes into the bathroom, and there's two guys in there, and he kills those guys. But he's thinking, where's the money? And
also wondering how they knew where he was.
How they knew where who was?
How the guys he just killed knew where Llewellyn was.
Oh, I didn't know. I don't even know that.
They also had a thing.
A tracker?
Yeah.
And they couldn't find the money?
I think, well, I mean, you don't really know what happened, but I'm guessing that that they
were there all night.
I'm guessing that they couldn't find the money.
So they got in the room, they're like, we know it's in this room somewhere, but they couldn't find it, and they're just like, we're just going to hang out till he comes back?
Yeah, I guess so.
Wow. That's weird. I didn't think about how they found him. I didn't think about that. And I didn't think Anton knew who had the money, but now I realize he does know who has the money. I was thinking he killed them because he thought they had it.
Oh.
Because he didn't know who took it, but now I remember he tracked the guy down. He went to his place, so
yeah.
he knew it was them. He knew it was him. So
yeah.
That's weird. That's weird that we were just supposed to think that they just couldn't. They didn't think to look in the vent. They're just like, well,
it's here somewhere.
It's here somewhere. I don't know. C'est la vie.
Yeah. Yeah. It's strange because I think that also has a mirror image later in the movie. Because I think the same thing happens to them later.
Mhm. So that's weird.
They never figure out, like, put it in the vent.
And why did they? Well, I got a theory about that whole thing. I got a big thing about that whole sequence of events. But why do they have a tracking device? It's not their money.
Well, I think think there's a line later. Let me see. I don't want to mess this up.
Don't mess it up.
I'm going to mess it up.
Don't be messing
Man,
it up.
What's that thing called?
What's what?
I don't know what it's called. Let me see if I can just find that scene.
What are you talking about? The tracking device?
Yeah, is there a name for that?
Tracking device? Tracker Pro 3000? I don't know.
No. Okay, no, that's too far. Let's see. I'm going to find it soon. I just know it.
Transponder.
Transponder? Is that it?
Yeah, they've been using that word in the script.
Oh, here it is. Oh shit, I lost it. God, man, I just saw it. Just carry on without me.
All right. Rhode Island is neither a road nor an island, and it's filled with criminals. Discuss.
Almost there. Okay, here it is.
Oh, you talking about the one with him and Woody Harrelson?
Yeah. Okay. So there's that way later in the movie, when Sugar kills the guy in the office.
The guy in the office. Which office?
The guy who hires Woody Harrelson.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's like in a tall building office kind of place.
Mhm.
Sort of
Dallas, I'm assuming.
It's an odd location for the movie. It stands out from everywhere else they are.
I'm assuming it's Dallas.
Yeah, maybe. I never really. I don't know.
Although they were pretty close to the Mexico border, I can't believe he really drove back up to Dallas.
Yeah, I was never clear about where that was supposed to be. But yeah, so he kills that guy, and then he's talking to the guy, the other guy that he didn't shoot.
The accountant.
The accountant guy, yeah. And he says that he gave them a receiver, and then the accountant guy says he felt the more people looking, and then gets cut off with Sugar saying that's foolish, you picked the one right tool. So I guess the idea is what he said. That's supposed to be the explanation.
I thought he was saying, oh, okay, we gave Acosta's people a receiver. Oh, okay. I thought he was saying he gave Woody Harrelson a receiver.
Oh.
I thought he was saying that's... Because it's like... That's weird to get... I don't know what kind of business they're... I mean, I guess they trust each other or something. It seems like whoever got the money was going to keep the money. You know?
It's pretty odd that they trust each other given the blowout.
Yeah, I know. They just had this big blowout and the drugs were gone, and it's like... it seems like you wouldn't want the bad... your enemy to be getting your money.
Yeah, but apparently he felt the more people looking. I don't know. Maybe he thought like they could find it and then he could get somebody to take it from them and that'd be easier. Or, I don't know, but that's supposed to be the explanation.
Oh, does he really use birdshot in his gun? Is that what this line is after that? He says, you picked the one right tool. For instance, I use birdshot so as not to blow the window. I don't remember that in the movie.
I don't either. I think they cut that.
Okay, so maybe that's what's in his gun. Maybe that's what's in his gun.
Maybe so.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as not to blow the window. Oh, good thinking. All right, then. But does that mean he used that all the time? I mean, he blew through a window later. You mean
the car thing?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think he just means in general. He doesn't want to blow if he shoots towards a window, it won't blow out the window. I guess that's what he means. Is that what you think he means?
Yeah, that is what I think he means.
Okay, yeah, all right.
But he does blow through a window later.
Well, but he was trying to do that.
Well, yeah. You're saying it's less likely to happen accidentally? Is that the point?
Huh?
You're saying it's less likely to happen accidentally?
I'm saying I guess that's what the line means. Well, I'm saying like, are you talking about when he blew up the car to get to go into the pharmacy?
No.
Oh, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the second chase scene where he shoots the guy that the guy in the truck that Lou Allen jumps into.
Oh.
You know, it goes through the window there.
It does go through the window. Maybe that was a different gun.
Yeah, I know. It made me think like he doesn't always use that, or I don't know.
Maybe they cut it out because they were like they thought of that or something.
Yeah, never mind. I don't know.
Because I don't even get it. I mean, I thought he was saying, yeah, I don't know. That when he was shooting through the window, it did seem like a different. Because didn't seem like it was just like more like a single bullet or something? Or,
it
didn't seem like
it was a splattery thing.
Was it a splatter?
Oh yeah.
All right, I don't know.
Oh yeah, it was very
splattery.
Yeah, very splattery, or maybe not. I don't know.
I thought it was pretty because I thought it like went through his neck and like I thought it was very like streamlined.
Yeah, I remember it being messy, but it might have just been messy because he hit like a place where a lot of blood. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Find that scene.
So yeah, back at the motel, the original one.
I'm watching that scene.
Which one?
The when he's in the car and he's getting.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's getting single bullet holes through the window each time he's shooting.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot about the single hole.
It's not the same gun.
Okay.
So that line still works.
So he's got a splatter gun and a regular one.
Yeah.
And the cattle thing.
And the cattle. He's got 3 weapons.
He does. He picks the one right tool.
The one right tool.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, so where were we? So he gets the money out, right? We're back in the scene. Javier Bardem just killed all the Mexicans.
Who gets the money? Oh yeah. You're right. Sorry.
Who gets the money? You gets the money.
Sorry, yeah.
But before Anton leaves, he sees the vent. You know, both times when I saw the movie, you know, because Anton does this thing where he took his shoes off before he went to kill the Mexicans, and then after he killed them, he sat on the bed and took his socks off. And then the very next scene is him looking in the drawers, and I always think he's looking for socks. And then I realized, no, he's looking for the money.
Mm-hmm.
But because, you know, sometimes when people, you know, because usually if I check into a hotel, most of the time, unless I'm staying there for a while, I won't put my stuff in the dressers and stuff.
Me either.
You know, I might hang up some stuff, but I won't, like, unpack into the dresser.
No, I'm not going to live there.
Yeah, exactly. So when he's opening the dressers, I'm thinking, oh, look, they don't put anything in there either. And I thought he was going to be pissed, like, oh, where are their socks?
That's his problem.
And then by that time, you know, but then, of course, 2 seconds later, he sees the vent, and I'm thinking, oh, it's the money. That's what he's looking for.
Yeah.
But at first, I'm like, they go from him needing new socks and then to looking in drawers, and I'm thinking, oh, he's looking for socks.
I mean, if he found socks, he might have used them, but
I don't know. Maybe not.
Maybe
he
not.
He had to flip a coin. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it was weird. I just don't get the whole shoe taking off, sock taking off thing. You know,
yeah,
like
he's got a problem with like blood on his feet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know what his problem is, but there's a few examples of that where he just somehow avoids trying to get blood on his feet.
Yeah, well, it seems like
or footwear
or shoes, I guess. Which, you know, Llewellyn has, you know, he's was into cowboy boots, so
yeah.
You know, I guess that's supposed to be some sort of connection, some sort of reference to the shoe, to the whatever. I don't know, but Yeah, it's really, at first I thought he was doing it for like a stealth thing,
Yeah.
so he could sneak up. But then when he took his socks off afterwards,
yeah. I
know.
think taking the shoes off might have been a stealth thing, but
Okay.
But taking the socks off was just totally unnecessary.
Yeah, but then it's just like, yeah, I mean, why not just wear plastic around, or wear disposable shoes, or I mean, you do this for a living, but I guess it's working for him. So.
Yeah.
Why change, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, I always thought like carrying around that canister was really like cumbersome, but
and he always leaves it. He always leaves it at the door. He doesn't bring it in.
He does. He'll leave it. I'm like, man, I would not want to lug that thing around, and I definitely wouldn't leave it outside.
Yeah, I don't think it weighs that much. It is just air inside.
Well, I'm not thinking it weighs that much. It's just sort of like big and not like natural to carry,
Yeah.
It just seems like an unnecessary burden.
Yeah. Well, not if it gets you through doors.
Okay, I know. He gets used out of it. I don't know. I don't know. So he sees the vent and like, unlike the people he just killed, he immediately thinks of it as a possibility.
Yeah, and I kind of assumed that since they were still there and they didn't have the money out, he assumed it was still hidden.
Yeah.
Because he kind of looked around.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does see it and go, I mean, he might not know it's there, but he knows it's definitely worth checking out.
Yeah. And he sees little like scratch marks in the
the dust that has settled. He sees the fact something's been dragged through the sort of dust in the vent, so he knows something was up there.
Yeah.
So the next part is the introduction of Woody Harrelson's character. He plays another sort of mercenary hitman guy who's working for the same company Shiger is working for, but he's basically been sent after Shiger to sort of stop him. I guess he's sort of like Captain Willard to Shiger's Colonel Kurtz.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so that's that plot thread. And then the next big scene is Llewellyn is checked into a different hotel. I think he's close to the Mexican border, right? He hasn't crossed yet. Yeah, he crosses later. So so he's in his hotel room, and the guy downstairs, he gives him a little bit of extra money. He says, hey, if anyone checks in, I mean any swinging dick, which was his words, not mine. Give him a call, let him know. So he's kind of wants this guy to be his little lookout, which is a good thing to do. And that's the thing we should mention, and if you've seen it, is that what's great about the movie is it's basically just watching two really smart people do their thing,
Yeah.
And that's the thing is like they're really smart and they make really interesting decisions, and that's what's cool to watch. It's how they're gonna get out of this or get through that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So so at a certain point, and much like Llewellyn is in his room and sort of just waiting for the next step. And he's thinking to himself, no way. And he looks in the briefcase and realizes, he's looking in the briefcase, and we realize that he realizes that there's no way that Shiger should be, that I guess it's maybe even the Mexicans too, that they would have.
Sorry.
That they would have been able to keep track of him as good as they have, and he realizes, oh well, maybe there's a tracker in this money. And he looks in the briefcase, and of course, there's a transponder in there.
Yeah.
So what were you gonna say?
It's worth noting that he heard gunfire from the room across when he was removing the case from the other side.
Oh yeah.
So
forgot about that.
So he knew, like, something was up as far as people looking for it, and that they had found his old room, and there was some kind of problem, and he's just like, okay, if there's gunfire, probably two different people found this place, and like that's crazy.
Yeah.
So he sort of just laying there in his room, and he's just like, no.
Yeah, it reminded me of the scene when he about the water, where he just says like, it's the kind of thing you do where you just you make a comment about it, but you didn't say what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So right. He finds the little thing in there, and then he realizes that's how they were tracking him.
Mm-hmm.
And so now he's like, okay, well, it's here. Someone's probably coming soon.
Yeah. Well, and then he looks at the light on the tracker, and even though it's not making a sound, it beeps at the same frequency, to the distance to the receiver. So basically, Anton has his receiver, which is beeping, faster and faster as it gets close to the transponder, but the transponder is also beeping with the same beep, so he can still tell how close the guy who's looking for him is, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So at a certain point, he sees that it's starting to beep faster, and he knows that he's close. He calls downstairs to the front desk guy. There's no answer, and the guy had already said he'd be there all night, so it's like, okay, some shit's probably happening.
Yeah.
And so instead of like running away or doing anything, he just like gets his gun and points it towards the door, and he's ready.
He's gonna sort of make a stand and try to just fight the guy off.
Yeah, he's gonna fight the guy off, and he's very close to the front door, and you see these two footsteps come in front of the door. You don't hear anything, so you assume he's got his shoes off.
As usual.
Yeah, and then the two footsteps disappear.
They do.
And then a wall of black covers the entire door. Like, I don't know what that was supposed to be, but like, there was just like shadow covering the entire bottom of, the light that's coming in the door. It was completely covered in shadow, and it's like, what, why is that?
Mm-hmm.
That was really scary.
It was really scary.
Because what's that big that's making that? All he's got is his gun and the cattle gun. Why would that? Unless like he put something laterally on the floor. What would he put there?
Yeah.
So it was really weird that but it was effective. It was creepy.
Definitely, yeah. Because you don't really know exactly what's going on out there.
Yeah. Yeah, which is kind of the point.
You don't know. Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, you're seeing it totally from Llewellyn's perspective.
So
you just have to sit there.
Yeah, out of nowhere. Well, we know it's coming, but Llewellyn doesn't know it's coming.
Yeah, especially when they cut to the shot of the lock. It's like, okay.
Yeah, the lock. Anton uses his little gun and knocks out the lock, and it flies across the room a little bit and hits Llewellyn in the chest, sort of disorienting him just because he didn't expect the lock to fly at him. And he instinctively shoots at the door, kind of closing the door back, and makes off out the window. And what did he fall? He jumps down to the first floor or something?
Yeah, he jumps out. Throws the money case out there and
jumps out, lands okay.
Yeah.
He makes a run for it. He gets shot at a couple more times.
He runs he runs through the building to the other side.
Yeah, he goes back inside the building and goes out the back of the building, which was pretty smart.
Which I thought was a good idea, but it didn't really work. He just guessed that he was going to do that. I guess he went to the window, saw he wasn't there, and figured, okay, I guess he went to the other side.
Yeah. I mean, they're pitting them like they're as smart as they're as smart as each other. Doesn't make any sense that they're the same level of intellect, so that they're like pitted against. And I think I don't know. I feel like that has a lot to do with what we're going to talk about later with how Llewellyn dies. I think that might have something to do with that.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, so he runs and he goes to a couple streets over and he finds a guy. This is a small little town in Texas. It's late. No one's really out, which is a good time to shoot up the streets, apparently.
Yeah.
If you want to shoot up the streets and do it late.
Yeah.
So he finds a guy who's, driving in his truck, and instead of hopping in the back of the truck like I thought he was going to do, I think he's going to, hop in the back and lay down and just ride out of town. But he stops the guy and gets in. It's like, oh, come on, I need to go. And before the guy can really do anything, he gets shot by Sugar in the distance. You don't really know where he's coming from, and, yeah. Hey, what's up, man? Cool, thanks. That was my roommate.
Oh.
Welcome to the podcast, roommate. So, sorry, guys. What was I saying? Okay, yeah, they're not listening. So,
that too.
he goes, okay, so anyway, Josh Brolin, Lou Ellen's, basically sort of pushes the guy over a little bit and puts his foot on the gas and just starts driving. I thought he was really going to drive that sucker out of town like that.
I did too.
Because I'm like, man, as long as it's driving, you're okay. Just keep driving.
Yeah.
Don't stop. And as he's driving, you can tell from where the bullets are coming from. They come to the front window, and he's getting close to passing Sugar, and he passes him, but kind of loses control of the truck. Wow, did I say that right? Oh, I did. Lose control of the truck? Sound like I flubbed that. I thought I said construct of the troll, but I didn't.
No.
But now I did, which is worse. Okay. And then, so he loses control of the truck, and it sort of crashes into some parked cars, and so he immediately, Llewellyn immediately gets out. He's got the money with him. He immediately gets out and closes the door, and then hides on the other side of the street. Very, very smart thing to do. Instead of just running away, he's like, I'm gonna finish this guy,
Mm-hmm.
And so Anton comes, he thinks he's got the upper hand because, he knows this guy's just crashing his truck. So he comes up to the truck and realizes, okay, I don't really see anyone in there. And then he sees the blood, sort of mirroring the blood from the deer and the dog in the first scene. He sees the blood on the ground and realizes, oh, he's out of the truck. And at this point, Llewellyn can see Anton in the reflection of this store window. But Anton can't see him, so he's got the upper hand, and he jumps out to shoot, and Anton, just as he's being fired at, Anton sort of realizes, what's going on. He dives out of the way, leaving his gun behind, but dives out of the way, and Llewellyn goes and gets the gun, and tries to shoot at where Sugar should be some more.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I coming up with these tongue twisters? Sugar should be some more.
Sugar should be some more.
Sugar should be some more seashells by the seashore. Could have said Anton on that one, huh?
I guess so.
Anyway, he sort of loses track of him, and right?
Yeah,
loses track of him.
It's kind of weird. You don't really see what happened exactly.
Yeah.
As far as Sugar goes.
So that's right. He sort of follows the blood trail down this alley, and you get this shot of, the blood going into the alley, but you don't. And you see light on the other side of the alley, but you don't know where he is. He's presumably hiding in the darkness or something.
Yeah.
Because he really couldn't have got too far, but he's just kind of gone. And that's what's cool about the movie. He lost his trail. Okay, that's it. Now he goes about his business. His original plan was just to get out of there. So he doesn't just keep following him.
Right.
So Josh Brolin he drives down to the border, to the Mexican border, and he's really hurt at this point and bleeding, and he just looks like a wreck. And he passes three sort of college age kids who are coming back. They're walking the little sort of walkway, bridge, street thing between the borders, and he offers to give the guy money, for his shirt, and the guy, so he can cover up all the blood and doesn't look so conspicuous. What does he give him? $300? $500?
$500.
Yeah, he gives him $500, and And the kids aren't very trusting, and they don't really know what's going on. He's like, he makes them give him the money before he'll give the shirt over, and then he asks the other kid for his beer, which he gets.
Mm-hmm.
He walks a little bit further, next scene, and throws the suitcase over the fence between the borders, and which is a weird idea to me, but since it's easily found very soon.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it kind of made sense, I guess, because he's going to come back to it. So he throws the money over, and then he walks down.
It did work, in a sense. But
well, at one point, does hiding something, not work anymore? I mean, that's usually when someone finds it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I mean, it worked until they found it.
I would count it as not working if someone else actually got it from the hiding place.
Okay.
So that's.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I count it as working.
Okay. Well, he would have gotten it. I don't know why he didn't get it.
I don't either. I got the sense like he wanted to wait until some time to climb over there. I didn't really understand why I didn't get it either.
Yeah, so I think once you find it, your hiding place is ineffective. I guess if you don't ever get it, then that's good for you, but so anyway, he walks across towards the Mexican border, and he's got this jacket on, and he looks like a mess, but he's got this beer in his hand, and he kind of drunkenly stumbles past the guard, and who's half asleep. So he kind of just played up that he was, just a drunkard guy. So he wouldn't ask any questions.
This reminds me of this is kind of Pulp Fiction-esque, I think. Just kind of put on a jacket and at a glance you kind of look okay, but if you actually took the time to look at him up and down, you'd see it was a real mess.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's what that reminded me of. Because there were a couple times okay, yeah, he doesn't look like he's as badly injured as he really is.
Yeah, definitely. That jacket, because it's all in his torso, so
yeah,
that jacket covers up a lot.
It does. Yeah, that was a good move.
So he wakes up on the steps of some plaza somewhere, and to this mariachi band who's kind of serenading him for no apparent reason.
Yeah, they were just walking by and they thought they'd sing to the guy that's passed out.
Sing to the drunkard who's passed out.
Thanks, guys.
And they kind of, it's a kind of comedic sort of moment when they realize, oh crap, he's really injured. What's going on here? And he gives them some money and asks for a hospital. And so the next scene, he's in the hospital recovering, and then this is when he meets Woody Harrelson's character, who, I guess I'm skipping the Anton scene, but I'll come back to it. He meets Woody Harrelson's character, who basically says, you don't really know who you're dealing with here. Even if you give him the money, he's going to kill you anyway. You need my help in this. And at this point, Woody Harrelson doesn't know where the money is. He wants the money back, and he tells him, hey, you can even keep some of the money, blah, 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 trying to cut him a deal, basically.
Yeah, basically, you give me the money, I'll protect you, and because, if you don't, you're just going to die.
Yeah. I really love the dialogue in this scene when he starts asking him, well, the whole scene actually is really good, but I like the little bit about, what do you do for a living?
Oh yeah.
And he's like, I'm a welder, and he's trying to ask him about different types of welding, and he's like, yeah, I can do all of it. Can you do this? Yeah, I can do all of it. Can you do that? I said I can do all of it. Cast iron, yes. I don't mean braze. I didn't mean braze. Hot metal. What did I say? It's a very prideful thing of, I'm really good at this thing, and don't you try to ask me about this, because I know about it. I said I know about it.
Yeah. I consider this a sort of follow-up on an earlier scene that we didn't talk about, where where Sugar goes to the office at the trailer park where Llewellyn lives and asks the woman there for him and asks where he works, over and over again.
Yeah.
Until the toilet flushes and then he decides to leave for no apparent reason. But anyway, I don't know. The whole time, I was like, I wonder where he does work. Sort of follows that.
I didn't get the sense that he did anything. And I just realized when he says he's retired, he's saying that because he's got the money now.
Yeah. I guess the idea is he found the money on a off day.
Yeah. Maybe it was a weekend or something.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking he was really retired. I was thinking he was out of work and he just said retired.
Oh.
That's what I was thinking.
I see.
But he's being, because I knew he was being facetious with that line, but he's being facetious because he's got the money. And he made the same joke to his wife earlier.
Yeah.
When he put her on the bus, he's like, you don't have to work again. You're retired now, Carla Jean.
Yeah.
But very good dialogue in this scene, and that infamous thing where you're Nam, yeah, so was I. And then he's, so what does that make me, your buddy? We're supposed to be pals now. Anyway, what happens? He basically says,
he offers them the deal, and he refuses it, sort of, but he gives him his card and says, call me later.
Well, here's a scene that's not in the movie. Part of the scene that's not in the movie.
Okay.
After he says, why would he go to Odessa to kill your wife? And he goes, maybe he should be worried about me. And he goes, he isn't. You're not cut out for this. You're just a guy that happened to find those vehicles. And then later he says, you didn't take the product, did you? And then Llewellyn says, what product? And the guy Harrelson goes, the heroin. You don't have it. No, I don't have it. And then he goes, no, you don't.
Yeah, that
it was totally cut off. Which is good. I mean, we knew he didn't have it.
Yeah.
So we didn't need that.
No.
And then he tells him he's staying across the river, gives him his card. That's right. I don't remember this. Call me, decide, before it gets decided. I don't remember that line. I think it ended on he doesn't talk as much as you. If I remember correctly.
Yeah. You understand that that's what he means.
You understand that. I just don't remember that line. I haven't read the script.
Yeah,
I didn't know there was extra stuff.
Yeah, the script isn't a transcript.
No, it's not. So,
I mean, a lot of it is just right on, but
yeah, it's got extra stuff.
Yeah, it's got extra stuff.
So let's back up a scene. Really good
scene. What's the sugar scene we skipped?
Yeah.
What's the sugar scene we skipped?
Oh, that's the one I'm talking about right now.
Oh, okay.
This is paralleling to the aftermath of the big sort of showdown that only one will get between Llewellyn and Sugar, and both of them have been hurt. We saw how Llewellyn dealt with it, and now we get to see how Sugar deals with it. We see him at the next day. He parks down the street from a pharmacy, and he gets some cloth that he cuts up and some cotton balls and creates something, and then and a little wire. And he goes to this car in front of the pharmacy, Zoss's pharmacy, and puts the material, the fabric in the gas tank, pulls it back out, uses it, gets it lit with gasoline, soaks with gasoline, then lights it, walks into the pharmacy, and as soon as he gets in a little bit, the whole car blows up, knocking the storefront windows out. Causing a big commotion, which allows him, the distraction allows him to go back into the pharmacy and get some stuff he needs for his pain and for his leg, and because he's got bullet holes in his leg.
Yeah.
So it's a good little resourceful, maniacal scene to show you he's smart and ruthless and cunning, and then we get a scene where he's at a hotel room fixing up his leg, and his leg was pretty injured.
Yeah, apparently he's well equipped to deal with his injuries.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that they have in the movie where they make it seem like, you said Terminator earlier, where it does seem like he's kind of unstoppable. Like, he can fix his own wounds, and he can, dodge bullets, and he can, it's just like, what's going to kill this guy? What can't he do?
Yeah.
You don't really know what his limitations are. I guess you never find out, actually.
Yeah. I guess, I feel like he would be like the Terminator, but he's got this personality.
Yeah, he's only a Terminator in the sense that, he's sort of unstoppable,
Yeah.
He's going to keep coming until, you really put him away.
Well, he walks to the pharmacy and just, knows what he needs to deal with.
Yeah, that's the thing. He knew, he has some medical knowledge. He got some syringes, and he knew what kind of whatever he needed, and it wasn't like he just grabbed a whole bunch of stuff. He knew what he was looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it crazy that he really knows, how to deal with that. So, yeah.
Or maybe for him, if he leaves it up to fate, whatever he sees is what he needs or something.
Oh, God.
And he just randomly this'll work.
I'll just stick this in there. Why not?
Well, flip a coin, find out.
Oh, God.
So the next scene, after the Woody Harrelson Llewellyn scene, I don't know Woody Harrelson's character's name. What's his name?
Carter Beauford? No. Sorry.
Carson Wells?
Yeah, there you go.
Not Carter Beauford. We all know who that is.
As soon as I said it, I'm like, I know that from somewhere else, don't I?
Yeah, you do. Somewhere else indeed.
Carson
somewhere
Wells.
Sad.
I was vaguely close. The first name was really close.
So the next scene, we have Carla Jean and Tommy Lee Jones's character, Sheriff Bell. He's had her meet him. Yeah, that was right.
He's had her meet him.
Yeah, I was like, that can't be right. At a little food restaurant place. To talk about, her husband. He's trying to implore her to get Llewellyn to cooperate because he knows that whoever's after him is a pretty dangerous guy. And he proceeds to tell her this story about, what was it, his uncle? Not his uncle, but someone he knew or some friend of something. I don't remember who it was.
Yeah, it was some guy. I don't think he was related.
Yeah, it was some guy who, killed cattle for a living, some sort of cattle farmer, and, used, he basically describes the weapon that Chigurh has been using this whole time, and, that the audience has been wondering exactly what it is, because you don't really get a good look at it.
That's not quite how it happens. He describes a different device, goes through the story, and then at the end he says, well, now they use, and he describes.
That's right.
Chigo's weapon.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't the same thing?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the same thing.
No, it was a different thing. At the end he's like, well, of course, now they use a whatever, and the animal doesn't know what hit him.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and then, it's like you said, this is a scene where he would normally, a light bulb would go off, and he would think, oh, maybe that's what he's using. Maybe because there is, the guy he killed way earlier in the movie, the guy whose car he took, he killed with that device, and there's a little bit of dialogue where they talk about the fact that there was no exit wound and they didn't find a bullet, and they don't understand that, and he brings up this weapon and what it does, which would do the right kind of thing, and then he's just like, I don't know why I bring that up.
Yeah, he just says my mind wanders,
yeah.
And it seems like his mind. It seems like if he was a younger man, he would have thought he would have connected it. Like his mind is trying to get him to connect the dots. But because the movie's kind of about him being, too old for the job almost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I think that's part of it, where he almost got it. And if he was, he was more spry, he probably would have put it together.
Yeah.
But he just thinks, my mind wanders, I'm old, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it was a cool little scene. The audience gets to figure out exactly what the Sugar has been using. So the next scene, I guess we're just going scene by scene here at this point.
Yeah.
Almost done.
I'm totally lost. I can't find where we are at all, but.
Oh, we're right at right before. Well, we're at like an hour and 20 minutes into it.
Okay.
So this next scene is when Woody Harrelson is out on the little sort of pass between the two borders, and he just, I don't know how, but he finds the right spot to look out over and sees the briefcase. So he knows where the money is. He decides for whatever reason not to get it at this point and goes back to his hotel, which is a big mistake for him because right as he's going up the stairs, right behind him is Anton. They go to his room and they have a little discussion, because of course he doesn't want to die. Anton basically is pissed that this guy's been sent here to basically stop him. And this scene was also to give us a little bit more insight into Anton's psyche, I guess, how he thinks. Because he says, if the rule you followed brought you to this, then of what use was the rule,
Yeah.
Which it seems like the thing about his character is it seems like he never really asked those questions of himself, Like,
right.
Like, what does it mean that he got shot in the leg? Like, does that mean something or not?
Yeah, I know. I wonder if he thinks about that.
Mm-hmm.
The bad consequences that he has throughout this movie.
Yeah.
If any of that sort of sinks in. The other thing is Woody Harrelson offers him money, like $15,000. He's like, hey, we'll go to an ATM and I'll give you that, and how about it? What do you say? That's no good, apparently.
Mm-mm.
Which,
Yeah, and he this is the weird one when he goes, I don't know where the money is. I know something better. I know where it's going to be.
Yeah.
And he said, where is that? And he goes, it'll be brought to me and placed at my feet.
Oh, I need dark. He does say it. Okay, good. Woo! Maybe they cut that line, but
He says what?
That's what I thought. According to the script, I don't remember if he actually said it, but, Woody Harrelson is saying he knows where the money is, and he says, I need dark to get it.
Oh.
And that's what I was thinking. I was thinking he wanted to be able to sneak over there. I don't know if that's actually in the movie or not, but
yeah. Well, how come Llewellyn didn't need dark to get it?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess he just.
All right. I guess he just wanted to wait.
I guess so.
Yeah. I don't know if that's. I don't think that's in there, but it might be in there. It's a quick little line.
Yeah, it is.
But just the idea that he says it will be placed to him and brought to his feet. I wonder. That's interesting to me, considering that where he finds the money is at a vent on the floor in the next hotel room.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that is weird.
And the fact that I'm thinking that. Well, I'm wondering if he actually sat down on the bed like he did last time after the. Probably not, though. Well, we got to talk about the big scene, which is coming up here. But anyway, what do you think about that line about he knows where it's going to be and it's going to be placed at his feet, brought to him, placed at his feet? That's not particularly what happened, but.
No, I never really thought about it. I thought he was just. I don't know. I guess I thought he was just saying that
You think he's being metaphorical, like it'll find its way to me because that's the way it's supposed to be, kind of thing?
I didn't think that's what he meant. I thought he was suggesting that Llewellyn was just going to bring it to him. Like somehow he would get him to just bring it to him.
That's what I thought when I first saw the movie, and that's not what happens.
No, that's not what happens.
And the second time, it makes me feel like he's meaning something else.
Yeah, maybe he does mean something else.
Because I mean, obviously, this is another fate thing. This is another, like, because he thinks it's better that he knows where it's gonna be than where it is right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. He can mean a lot of things with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I never thought. I don't know. I never gave that line much thought. I don't know. That's interesting. Maybe that's.
Yeah. Yeah, it was weird because he says, you don't know to a certainty, and he goes, 20 minutes, I can have the money here, and he goes, I do know to a certainty. But isn't it more certain if he goes and gets it now?
Yeah, I know. It's so odd. It's like, I know where the money is, and he's just like, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Like, isn't that what you're supposed to be doing? That's why he freaks me out. Like, he doesn't seem to care about the practical issue of getting the money. It's like, it has to be done his way.
It's like he wants to get the money by killing Llewellyn, I guess. By righting these wrongs or whatever. He doesn't just want to. It's not just about the money anymore.
Yeah. It's really not. And it's just, I don't know what his stake is. Like, he's getting hired to do this, and somehow he takes it on himself. Like, it has to.
And and now that he's killed his bosses, it's like, well, he's not, whatever they were going to pay him to return the money, like, well, he's just going to get all the money now.
Yeah.
Which, does he even have the money at the end?
See, that's one of the things that I don't know what the movie's trying to say, but I did read that in the novel, like the guy he kills isn't like the big boss guy. He's like sort of a middleman, like a higher middleman, and so in the novel he returns the money to the bigger higher up guy, and like, I don't know, offers his services for the future.
Dude, he doesn't have the money at the end. Is it supposed to be that he returned the money?
He's supposed to have already returned it.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what the? So after the job is completely said and done, then he goes to most likely kill the wife.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens.
So that makes me, so that's a separate time frame. So that makes me view that car crash a little bit differently too then. Okay, that's interesting. All right, so let's get back to this. So he's in the scene with Woody Harrelson. Woody's basically trying to, he's like, come on, Sam, I know Diane is, no, I'm kidding.
What was that?
It was a Cheers joke.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I know you weren't alive then.
Come on, Sam.
Yeah, I don't know what he says on the show.
Oh, because of Woody Harrelson. I thought it was just random. Okay.
No, because of Woody Harrelson.
You scared me. It's like,
yeah.
Out of nowhere, he's like doing Cheers lines. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not that crazy.
Okay, good. Yeah, Woody Harrelson. I forget he's even on that show. I don't know.
I think he would want it that way, probably.
Probably so. Yeah. I don't know. I think of him as like, the movie.
White Men Can't Jump or something?
White Men Can't Jump, Natural Born Killers, People versus Larry Flint.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I think of. Palmetto.
Palmetto.
One of his lesser-known efforts.
Oh, Palmetto. Okay, so as they're talking, the phone rings, and a bit of little. This is the Pop-Tart popping.
This is totally Pulp Fiction.
But it still works. And as the phone is ringing, he shoots him, and then he picks up the phone, and it's Llewellyn. And what does he say?
He asks if Carson Wells is there.
Oh, that's what I liked is Yeah, I'm calling to speak to Carson Wells, please. Yeah, I'm returning. Returning his call to me. It's like, don't you know the guy you're talking to is the guy who's trying to kill you?
Mm-hmm.
You know, he doesn't know that at first.
Yeah.
You know, he goes, who is this? Oh, you know who it is. You need to talk to me. I love that line. I don't need to talk to you.
Carson Wells there? Not in the sense that you mean.
Yeah, exactly.
That line.
You need to come see me. I love that. It's like, you've been a bad boy. You need to come to my office. It's like, yikes. You get killed in that office.
Do you know where I'm going?
Yeah, I love that. Do you know where I'm going? Why would I care where you're going? Do you know where I'm going? Yeah, I know where you're going.
Yeah. You're in a hospital across the river, but that's not where I'm going. Do you know where I'm going?
And how did he know he was in a hospital across the river? I mean, Harrelson says, like, you know, if I found you, he could find you. But, like, how did he
I don't know. Harrelson found him there.
Yeah.
So, however he did it, I don't guess. He used similar methods.
I guess.
I don't know what they could possibly be. I mean, it's pretty crazy.
So, and this is the scene where Sugar basically says, you know, this is what I'll do. You give me the money, and I'll let your wife go. I won't kill your wife, but I will still kill you because, you know, you can't save yourself, but you could save your wife. Just bring me the money. And he goes, yeah, I'm going to bring you something special, all right. I decided to make you a special project of mine. You ain't going to have to look for me at all. And, you know, I really love that line. To me, it's very analogous to let's build an army.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
It's totally like, because I'm like, oh, my God, this guy is about to pull out all the stops. This is going to be World War III.
It's their version of how long it'll take to train an army.
It's totally, yeah. Because it's like, man, he's like, I'm going to make you a special project.
Yeah.
You don't have to come looking for me. I mean, I'm like, wow, this is about to get crazy.
Yeah. Oh, you sitting down, folks. This is going to be big.
Yeah. You better sit down because, you know, you haven't seen nothing like this before.
You saw Alien versus Predator. You saw Freddy versus Jason.
Rocky versus whoever.
But they can't possibly prepare you.
Or Lou Weller versus Anton.
Yeah.
Heavyweight championships.
Mhm.
So, let's see. Long story short,
this deal that he offers, like, you know, this just sucks. Like, I really think if he had taken this deal, I think Chigurh would have honored it and not killed his wife. Like,
yeah, but he'd be dead.
He would be dead, but he dies anyway.
And depending on, well, that's the thing. Depending on how you view the next big scene, it wouldn't have mattered if he took the deal or not. Because presumably the Mexicans killed him, so he wouldn't have been able to, like, return the money.
Well, at this point he's still at the hospital. Like, he could have. I mean, that's later. Like,
that's right. That's before he leaves.
Yeah. He could have taken the deal. Oh,
that's right. Yeah, he could have taken the deal.
And that would have been better. But it doesn't at the time. I mean, you want to get away with more than that. You don't want to, like, okay, well, I'll just die.
No one's going to walk into their own death. I mean,
yeah.
They don't have to.
But Chigurh sort of uses this later, like, you know, like he used her to save himself, you know.
Yeah, let's save that till we get there.
Yeah, okay.
So the next scene, there's a little scene with Sheriff Bell and the deputy. I don't know what they're talking about. They're talking about just like random violence or something.
Oh, yeah,
He's reading the newspaper.
Yeah.
That's what's interesting about the movie. Like, Sharon Bell doesn't have the skills necessary to track Sugar.
No.
Like, he's not even really trying that hard. Like, he's sitting here reading the paper. I mean, he's basically trying to get Llewellyn's wife to help, but that's all he can really do is to try to help through her. That's the only contact he has. He doesn't know where they are. He doesn't know how to find them. He's not really actively looking. And so it's interesting in the midst of all this, you get this little scene where he's just like reading the paper.
Mm-hmm. Just sort of commenting on this thing, whatever that happens.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, kind of lamenting society or something.
Yeah, the downfall of society.
Yeah.
The next scene we've got Llewellyn trying to come back across the border, and he's facing this border patrol guy who, he's standing there in like a robe and medical, hospital gown, and he looks ridiculous and in his boots. And he's like, and he has no identification or anything, obviously, so he's not want to let this guy back in. But when he realizes he was in Nam, or he was a veteran in particular, that he lets him on in, which is a take on the other scene where he's like, so what? We were both in Nam together. I'm your buddy. But now it helps him, in this situation. So, and he's, and he's happy for the help. It's, he doesn't care.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy at the border is like definitely a Coen Brothers character.
Yeah, I mean he's got the glasses from. He looks like a Coen Brothers character, but those like reflective glasses, like the guy in Kohan Luke, the boss.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and he looks like this actor looks like he's been in Coen Brothers movies.
Yeah, he
looks
like
familiar.
I don't know. He's kind of over the top, like. Sort of like a drill sergeant working this.
That's what he looks like he's played a drill sergeant or something.
Yeah.
Something.
It's a weird little scene. I don't know what to do with that. But that's a good one.
Here it is. This is Brandon Smith, INS official. He was a Walker, Texas Ranger.
Oh! Never saw that one.
RoboCop 2.
What a resume.
Jeepers Creepers.
Oh, wow.
Here's Sergeant David Tubbs. I don't know who that is.
Just keep on coming.
Anyway, so he gets back across the border with a little fuss. Goes and grabs a suitcase in the daytime. Funnily enough.
Yeah.
And goes to buy some new clothes and everything. Because it's funny because this movie is the duality of this movie is crazy. Like because the first time he comes in, he needs everything. He needs boots. He's got everything. He needs boots. The next time he comes in, he's got everything but boots.
Yeah.
I mean, he needs everything
but the boots. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the same guy. He asked him
how those boots working out.
Yeah. It's completely crazy.
Yeah, it is completely crazy. So then he calls his wife and basically changes plans with her. He tells her to meet where are they going to go, El Paso?
Yes.
They're moving further west. And at this point, Shigur goes back to the headquarters or wherever they are, where they're located, and kills his, I guess, superior, and presumably kills the accountant who's there, depending on whether or not the accountant sees him, which I think he does see him. What do you think?
Yeah, I do think he sees them. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. This is weird. I think at a certain point, and I think it might kind of start here, like, you know, the movie's been pretty heavy with the violence so far, and at a certain point they start, like, not showing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like this is, like, the first example of that, where they kind
of... Well, the big blowout between the two of them was the last time you see, like, people get shot.
Yeah. Yeah, and so now, yeah, they sort of imply that he's going to shoot this guy. I mean, his question has got to be, I mean, it's one of those things where, I mean, how can he say no? I mean, I guess he could say no, but like, here's
how you have to view the question. I mean, here's the two ways you can view the question. It's either the old-fashioned version of, you know, as long as you don't see me, you know what I mean? Like, if someone asks you, you will say no.
Yeah.
You know, then I'll let you live. You know, and that's not the sense I think he's saying, because that's sort of obvious and that's been done before. You know, and this movie's operating in a different level. It seems like he's just saying, you know, it's, you know, a very matter of fact, you know, like it's like saying, you know, are you going to shoot me? Well, is the sky blue?
Yeah. Does a poke shit in the woods or whatever?
Yeah, like it's so obvious that I'm going to shoot you, you know, so I'm just going to ask you a stupid question back, you know.
Yeah.
Because he's all about fate, and you know, if he wasn't going to shoot him, he wouldn't be there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's his response, which is very convenient for him. He can do anything he wants to do as long as he's there to do it.
Yeah. It is. It's a good self-fulfilling system.
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to do this because I'm doing it. Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah, I don't take him for the type like you ain't gonna tell nobody you saw me. All right, I'll let you go. Like.
Mhm.
I don't
the only way I could buy that is if he felt like he really didn't have any beef with the accountant guy. If he felt like the accountant guy had nothing to do with it, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess he just would kill him anyway, because.
Yeah.
Because the accountant guy really has nothing to do with it.
Not really, no.
You know?
I mean, he's
And so what if he tells? I mean, they're underground drug, like, whatever they are. Like, who's, you know?
Yeah, it isn't a concern.
And why do they have an accountant?
Hey, man, everybody needs an accountant.
I never thought about that. Why do they have an accountant? Like, why are they in an office building?
I guess I assumed they were like, I don't know, like.
You think there's like a front or something?
Yeah, like a front or like, something like that.
Mhm. I don't think you thought it was a front, so I said front.
No, I was gonna say something like, you know, what I was gonna say was basically I was gonna spell it out, but what a front is. I didn't think of that word. That was essentially what I had in mind. It was a business that it sort of does something, but it's really just a cover for some kind of illegal stuff.
Yeah, like on The Sopranos, he's got the sanitation company, and he's got the
in The Godfather, it was Ginkgo olive oil.
Oh, of course.
So that's the kind of thing I assumed it was. Like they ostensibly had a legitimate reason for being there.
Yeah.
And maybe they even really did. I mean, The Godfather, like they really did sell olive oil. It's just.
Yeah, that's the thing. The accountant could really be just a normal accountant. And,
yeah.
Yeah, I buy that. So, what's the next big scene? Oh, the next big one the big one?
Well,
I think of it as a big one.
Okay, so they go to El Paso.
The big nothing.
I mean, yeah. So Shigura said like he's going to Odessa, and so you know that's one of the reasons to get her out of there.
That's right.
So they decide to, I guess, meet up in El Paso and with the wife's mom.
Yeah, 'cause you gotta bring Mama along.
Gotta bring Mama. And
ain't go nowhere without Mama.
Mama, she pre-visioned it.
She pre-visioned it. What do you mean?
I just like that line.
I don't remember that line.
pre-visioned it.
Oh, what was she talking about?
She was saying she foresaw that Llewellyn was like was no good.
Okay.
That
Oh, this is the very next scene. Okay.
It would end badly for him.
Yeah, this is the so that's the scene where they're heading off to El Paso, right?
Mhm.
And is this when the guy comes up to him? Is this when the Mexican guy in the suit comes up to them? Or
Yeah,
is that
so
another
they're
scene?
at the bus depot, and and the Mexican guys are following them.
Yeah.
In a car, and the wife walks away to go call
Llewellyn,
and while she's away, one of the Mexican guys comes up and offers to sort of like look to me like the sort of leader comes up to the mother and offers to help her with her bags and
under the guise of getting information out of her.
Yeah, exactly, for the purpose of finding out what they're up to, and finds out from her, thanks Mama, that
oh Mama, you talk too much.
that they're going to El Paso, and finds out where they're going, specifically, I guess.
Mhm.
And so now they know where Llewellyn is.
Yeah. Well, the question is, I mean, there's a lot of little questions. Is like, who? I guess Llewellyn gets there first. Which, I mean, like, how did he get there first? I guess what part of the border? I don't know what part of the border he was at. I'm assuming, I guess, so the western side.
Yeah, they're on the western side,
close.
and they're in Odessa, which I have no idea where that is, but in my mind, it's farther than the border is from El Paso.
Well, yeah, it's definitely further east. I just wonder how far south it is. I mean, close to the border. I don't think it's that close. Google Maps, will you tell me the answer?
No, I don't think it's that close.
No, it's almost like not halfway, but it's almost the same distance to El Paso as it is to the Mexican border if you just went in a straight line.
From where?
From Odessa.
Oh. but they didn't start in Odessa.
Yeah. He didn't. I don't know where he started from.
I don't either.
Well, but she was in Odessa. That's where she picked up the mom.
Yeah, she went there. I mean, she got on a bus and went there.
Yeah. Well, isn't that where they're leaving when they're going to El Paso?
What's the issue? What's the issue? They're supposed to get there first?
No, I'm just wondering. Yeah, like I'm assuming he got there first. It seems like he got there first.
No, he absolutely got there first. But you think they should have got there first? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering like how long it would have taken them to get there. But I guess it doesn't matter. He got there first.
I mean, he was just right across the border. I mean, I think,
Because to me, the idea is if he gets there, like if they ask the mom where are you going and she tells them, which she did, then they can already have some people waiting there for him when he gets there, which may be what happened. Or he could have beat the people there. You're not really sure.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, because now that they know where they're going, because if they had just followed the mom and the wife there, then they wouldn't be able to beat them there if they were following
they didn't do that. They
didn't do
that.
Yeah, so they had the information, so they already knew that. Okay, so let's talk about this scene that has a lot going on. One of the best scenes in the movie. Let me find it on the thing here. Okay, so we're at the motel where Llewellyn is going to meet up with his family and the mom-in-law and the wife.
Oh, I think we skipped a scene that I wanted to talk about briefly.
Oh, okay.
I guess this is Sugar's car breaks down.
Uh-huh.
And so he's going to get another vehicle. I guess some guy, like, sees him and stops to help him out. And he's got, like, chickens in the back of this truck. And, Sugar asks him, like, where the airport is and...
Mm-hmm. Which airport would you use?
You want an airstrip or an airport? And, well, the airport's El Paso, but you could go to Dallas because then you won't have to connect. And I'm not even sure why he's asking that stuff. I guess the idea is, I guess he thinks that's where they're gonna go.
Yeah, I think he's thinking if you're trying to get out of here, you would take a plane, and where's the closest place you can take a plane? And so he says basically El Paso.
Yeah.
So that leads him to El Paso, but that's the only reason he goes to El Paso.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and I think the idea was like they were going to get on a plane.
Yeah.
I think that was the plan. So anyway, he's on the right track. And then he asks at the end, he asks him if, and I feel bad for this guy. He's so nice. He really doesn't deserve this. But he asks him if he can get those chicken cages like out of the truck. And the scene just sort of ends, and then you see him like washing out the bed of the truck and like feathers flying out of it, pretty much just implying that he killed the guy and took his vehicle.
Yeah.
But this is another example of them like not showing the violence anymore.
Yeah, well, you don't need to see it anymore. It's kind of interesting. Like, what he's going to do. He's going to put the thing to the guy's head.
Yeah.
We've seen it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I agree.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Maybe that's the idea. But I just usually like you get like more violence at the end, not like all of a sudden it just kind of stops happening. Like they stop showing it. I don't know. I thought that was an odd thing to do. But I agree. It would just get old after a while.
They're definitely doing it on purpose. I mean, they're definitely doing it for some sort of effect. I mean, the big fight scene that we all thought was coming didn't come.
Yeah.
And we didn't see anything but the aftermath of it, And the big shootout at the very beginning, we only saw the aftermath of, So they're doing something with that kind of idea.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, this was an interesting little scene.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring it up quickly. Okay, so.
So the next scene, Llewellyn is outside of the motel in El Paso where he's going to meet the wife and the mother-in-law, and there's a woman outside the pool who's trying to, she's just out having a good time, bless her heart. And she's just kind of talking to him. She asks him if she's like, I got beer in my room. And he's like, waiting for my wife, shows his wedding ring. And he goes, she says, that's who you keep looking out for? And he's like, half, what else then? Looking for what's coming. Then she very poignantly says, yeah, but nobody ever sees that. And apparently a line that's not in the movie is, I like a man that'll tell you he's married.
Oh, they did cut that.
Then you'll like me. I do like you.
They cut that.
I'm so glad they cut that.
Yeah. Are you there? Oh, shit. Am I doing it solo? I sure am. Okay. Fuck, man. You guys, Claude's phone is, I wouldn't call it unstable. I mean, I remember in the old days with cell phones, it was like, they would just drop all the time. I remember when I first got my cell phone, like every conversation was in 30-second intervals. But anyway, occasionally his phone will drop out. And
that is so gross that they redo the intro when you call back in. That's awful. That's awful.
I mean, I didn't hear it.
Oh, you didn't hear it?
No.
Oh, never mind then.
No, I don't think it made the recording. I think just you heard it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not so bad then.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be awful.
I'm just like...
I had to stall with an interlude.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. You know how that goes.
Yeah. Yeah, my phone just loves to drop calls, so... we were talking about the scene. Yeah, I'm glad they cut those lines. I mean, I'm sure they would have sort of been delivered well. They sound pretty crappy, but I like the idea that he was, adamant about being married, and I like the idea that she was like, I'll bring the BR here. You can stay married. I like that line.
Mhm.
Because having them say like, I like you too. Oh, stay married. Like what? All right.
Yeah.
So anyway, she said, I'll bring the beer out here. You can stay married. He goes, ma'am, I know what beer leads to. And she says, beer leads to more beer. And he just kind of smiles, and we get a fade, the fade of death.
The fade of death, indeed.
The next scene is Sheriff Bell, a little late, driving up.
Just a little.
Just a little late, Sheriff Bell.
I think you missed all the fun.
Yeah, you missed it, Sheriff Bell.
When you see people running out and jumping in like a car, speeding away, like you probably missed some action.
So when he drives up, and I don't even know if he was even going to that hotel. I'm not sure that he was. I don't really think he was. I don't think he had any, unless Carla Jean didn't call him. Oh, maybe. Well, there was that scene when he was like, I want to help your man. Oh, he talked to her. Maybe he knew from her. It's possible. It's hard to keep track. I don't know why. So many little details.
Yeah.
So anyway, in this scene, he sees in the middle of the street this one of those trucks, like in the big shootout, driving away, and several people, clamoring on the back, trying to stay on and jump on board. They're obviously sort of running away from some sort of scene. Instead of chasing them down or really even calling for backup, he just goes to the hotel. And maybe he's out of his jurisdiction. I don't know.
Oh, he mentions that he's not on the radio.
Oh, that's right. I remember that line now. Okay, I was gonna say he didn't do much there. And it's in the '80s, so no cell phones.
No cell phones.
All right, so he did what he was gonna do. So anyway, he went to where the people needed help, which makes sense. And he sees a lady, I believe, on the ground, sort of leaving away from the hotel room shot.
Crawling away,
and then he sees in the doorway Llewellyn's dead body. So our hero has just died off screen.
Yeah, unbeknownst to us. And
Shakespeare would say.
Like, this is crazy in a lot of ways, but I just want to bring up, like, a few things about this. Like, I didn't even recognize him. The shot is weird, and, I couldn't tell it was him. I thought that was one of the Mexican guys.
When I first saw that, the first time I saw it, I was like, well, that can't be. It looks like him if you know it's him. But if you don't know it's him, you're like, who's that guy?
Yeah.
Did I care that he's dead? And you're like, oh, maybe that's Llewellyn. And then, you're thinking, but that can't be him because he needs to have a big shootout with the bad guy.
Yeah.
You're expecting this whole thing, and that never happens.
Yeah, and I went as far as to rewind to the previous scene to see that he was wearing the same thing.
Yeah, it's him.
That verified it for me because, it reminds me, there's this movie from the 80s called Jagged Edge with Jeff Bridges and Glenn Close. It's sort of
you don't have to tell me who's in Jagged Edge.
Sort of a thriller kind of movie in the vein of, say, Basic Instinct, and I think it's written by the same guy actually. Not that great, but it has this weird thing where at the end, the killer wears this mask, and I hope
I never want to see this movie.
I'm not going to tell you the ending. I'm not going to tell you who it is at least. So I'm not even sure I know. So So at the end, the killer wears this mask, and at the end, they unmask the killer, and the shot is similar to this shot. It's this sort of up.
You told me about that before.
It's this sort of up the face shot, and the candidates for the killers look similar enough that it could be either one of them. And the dialogue afterwards is vague enough that it could apply to either one of them. And so you really don't know, who it was. It's really weird. And that's what this reminded me of. It's a similar shot. I just can't tell that that's him from that angle. It looks vaguely like him, but I just can't recognize his features from that angle.
You never see people from that angle.
No.
Not when you're an adult,
Yeah.
When you're a kid, you look up, but when you're an adult, you usually don't really see people from that angle a lot. And and even if you're a shorter person, if they're talking to you, they're looking at you, so you don't really look up at them.
Yeah.
But so let me, I guess, talk a little bit more about till the end of this whole kind of sequence. And then we can discuss what happened, or at least I got a theory about some things. Maybe you do too.
Okay.
So he finds Llewellyn dead. This is obviously a surprise to the audience. He didn't really expect to see him dead right at this point.
No, not after that last scene. That's not supposed to be the final scene for the hero.
Yeah.
Beer leads to more beer. That's it.
Beer leads to more beer, and okay. So the next scene, it's later that night, and all the police are there, and the medical teams, and they're clearing the crime scene and everything. And the wife shows up, and basically her husband's dead. The next scene, we're at the morgue. And see, this is another thing. Is what's interesting is not only you're saying you don't really see any violence or any shooting and stuff. You don't see him anymore either.
Yeah.
In the scene at the morgue when he goes to look at the body, we don't get the shot of what he's looking at.
Yeah.
And I thought at some point we're going to realize, oh no, he's not really dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought they were going to show us who was really dead or something at this scene, but we don't get to see who it is. And it's him, most likely. I mean, that's what it seems like.
Yeah.
And so later, the next scene, he's talking to, I guess, the sheriff of El Paso or some police person who works there. And they're colleagues, and they're talking about a lot of different things. Anything worth bringing up? Besides the one thing that I'm going to mention?
Probably not. That's probably the thing.
So the sheriff, the other sheriff guy mentions that Sugar. He tells a story about him revisiting a crime scene, coming back to the scene of a crime. And so that sort of sparks something in Sheriff Bell's head. So he goes back to the motel where Llewellyn died that night, and the crime scene tape is still up and everything. And he goes to the door, and he looks at the door, and he sees that it's been shot through. The lock has been blown through.
It's been sugared.
It's been sugared, if you will. It's been Anton. And we get this shot of Sheriff Bell standing outside the door. He's ready to go in to face what? We don't know what he thinks.
Yeah.
The audience gets to see on the other side of the door Sugar looking like he's on the other side of the door waiting for the sheriff to come in.
Yeah, I mean, you see the hole in the door.
See the hole. You see something sort of moving with the reflection through the hole.
And he's leaned against the wall, sort of poised to attack.
Yeah, and they both have their guns drawn. They're ready to fight. And then the sheriff busts open through the door, and there's nobody in the place. He checks the bathroom. He checks all the rooms,
Yeah, he checks the bathroom, and the window is
locked from the inside. He looks down. There's a big blood spot on the front carpet where Llewellyn sort of bled to death or whatever happened. And he sort of looks around, and he's that's it. That's the scene. And he sees at the end, he sees the doesn't he see the grate open?
Yeah, the little grate thing is like off the thing, and yeah.
Yeah, and see, I think that's what reminded me of this idea of Anton Sugar sitting down, because he sits down on the bed and then he notices the yeah, and that just reminded me of when he sat on the bed before taking his socks off.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is there wasn't like bodies. Well, there were bodies, but there weren't like people alive and screaming when Anton took his socks off last time. You know what I mean?
There are people alive and screaming?
When he shot the Mexicans.
Oh,
because this ties into this idea I want to talk about. Maybe that's why you don't understand what I'm saying.
yeah.
I was thinking about the idea that maybe the Mexicans didn't kill Llewellyn. Would you believe the Mexicans didn't kill Sugar? How much could you bet on that?
That's a viable theory.
Yeah.
Go with that.
I was thinking that maybe what happened is that Sugar gets there first, and my names are about to.
Oh boy.
They're all getting crazy.
Pretty soon, Walt and Locke are gonna get there.
No. Llewellyn comes back to his room. Okay, so picture this. See if you can follow me here.
Okay.
This scene, you know that this scene doesn't really add up. The like, how can the sheriff be on the other side, of the wall with Sugar when Sugar's not there? He just seems to vanish. So I was thinking maybe in a sort of play on what they did before, the idea of coming back to the crime scene and the idea of like when he was sitting on Llewellyn's couch staring at the TV, sort of reliving this sort of thing. I was thinking maybe the shot of Sugar behind the door is actually from an earlier time period. It's actually a flashback. And that the person on the other side of the door at that point is Llewellyn. And he's waiting for Llewellyn to come in. And Llewellyn does come in, gets shot, and then at this point, this is when the Mexicans show up, and then Sugar is, trying to kill them too. And that's why they're running away.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to make sense of the fact that a lot of things, particularly that, that image, but also of the fact that they were running away for their lives. If they had killed the guy they came to kill, why would they be doing that? Without the money, they just, they weren't there to kill him. They were there to get the money.
Yeah.
And that's the only theory I can think that can piece all those things together, is that he was actually there.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not true, but I don't know how to explain why they were running away.
Well, how was it supposed to go?
Maybe they were just afraid of the police. I don't know.
Well, but they were already leaving before the police before he was even there.
Well, I meant like afraid of the police coming, like they killed the guy, couldn't find the money, and then decided to bail out before the cops showed up.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I had in mind.
Yeah,
there's a couple of reasons why I don't think your theory is true. The first reason is that I have watched several interviews with people about this movie, and they specifically stated that the Mexicans killed them.
Oh, okay.
The second reason, more intrinsic reason, is that if you look at the locks, when he shows up the first time, they're not blown out.
Well, who shows up the first time?
When Bell shows up to when he first finds Llewellyn shot,
it's not.
The locks aren't blown out.
Oh, okay. So what does that mean, that the Mexican? So he just blew in the lock to get the money?
Yeah.
And then, but what about him being on the other side of the door?
Now I don't know what to do with that. That's a rough one. That's I have no idea how to explain that.
And how would he come back to blow out the lock when the police were there? Oh, I guess they left at a certain point.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so he picks up the money, but that shot, like, I don't know. It's creepy. It makes him seem like, I don't know, supernatural or something. Like he just disappears.
Yeah, it makes it seem like he just disappears.
But, I mean, I've seen a lot of people. Here's some theories I've seen.
I mean, and the other theory I have is that it's just his imagination.
That's one theory, that he was imagining him on the other side. Another theory I've heard is that he was in the room next door.
I
don't really buy that theory, but I did hear it. I did read it.
Maybe that was a Mexican. That wasn't a lady. Those were the Mexican guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't think it was a lady,
weird.
but I was like, whatever.
I thought it was weird to have a random lady. Like, what were you doing?
Yeah. And another theory I've read, which is kind of similar to yours, is that it was a time thing. Like, he was crouched in there at a certain point, just not right then.
Well, but it seems like someone's got to be on the other side of the door or something when he's there, because you see something moving. Yeah, that's true. Like, maybe just like, I don't know, some random person was out there and he was just crouched and they just cut it together. I mean, I don't really buy that. It's a weird theory, but. Which scene do you see the doorknob not blown in before he comes back? It should be the one where he first shows up. Is it blown out in that scene? I don't ever see the doorknob. I don't ever see the lock, I mean. Really? Yeah. Oh, I thought I saw it. I was looking for it. I thought I saw it. I never. Well, because you see Llewellyn, you see the people next door, you see him, you see Llewellyn again. Like they never, because the door's like open, so like you can't see the lock. And then at the police, when the police are there, you don't get close enough to the door to see it either. Oh, and then when he goes back, it's already off. Did you maybe hear that or something? There was a shot. Maybe you heard it or something? Maybe they said that somewhere? Yeah, it could be any number of things. Because that's important for the idea that he wasn't there. It is. I mean, I still believe what they said if they said it, that the Mexicans killed him, but yeah, they made it a point. They were doing. I think it was a Charlie Rose interview. They were like talking about how, not only does he get killed like off screen, but by just sort of random schmoes, like not his arch enemy in the. Yeah, and the only thing I can come up with that is that the idea that like they're like evenly matched, and that they would have just just. I don't know what, but like they're just evenly matched, like, and Neo and Agent Smith. Well, Neo's better than Agent Smith though, so not like that, because Neo wins in the end. Well, not really. He sort of dies. Who sort of dies? Neo does. Neo dies at the end? Yeah, you don't remember. Of the Matrix? Yeah, you don't remember that he dies? Sorry, I feel like I've spoiled it for you. I don't remember that way. He fights Smith and the whole thing with all the Smiths, and I thought he fights him, and he doesn't beat him. He does something, and like somehow like the combination of them two like kills them both. Like Agent Smith is gonna like overtake everything, but like somehow he has to like, because he's fighting Agent Smith for a long time, and he realizes he can't beat him, and so he ends up dying. I can't remember exactly what the thing was, but yeah, somehow he dies and causes like the Matrix to reboot or something like that. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes. Now I remember, like, that something happened when he died. I forgot he died. I thought he, like, flew off and won in the end. I haven't seen it in a while. No.
No, he gets.
Oh wait, that's what happens. That's what happens. They fight, and then Smith assimilates Neo. But that's what they needed.
Oh, that's right. He assimilates him. I forgot.
But that was the whole thing. Like he beat him though. Even if he died in the end, he still beat him though. That was the whole point.
I think Agent Smith won.
No, by the time they're fighting in that ditch, like he's like, because at the beginning, sort of back and forth, and they start flying and they're fighting in the air. And then by the time he knocks him to the ground and they're sort of in that hole fighting, Neo's back on top and he's kicking his butt. And then he realizes, he can't beat him. And that's not the point, is to beat him. The point is he needs to, that's why he lets him hit him and assimilate him.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I mean, I think Neo could have, he's better than Smith, but he can't really beat him because he's a computer program. And I mean, what can you really do to that?
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, kind of like that. Yeah, I think more like
what they said in the movie at least a couple times is that they were supposed to be like opposites or whatever. They
are supposed to be equal and opposite like forces. They are.
Yeah.
Even though Neo wins, I think.
Yeah, I say Agent Smith wins because in the end he's the one who assimilates him, even if like. He could sit there.
But that was what I mean. That's part of the plan, though. It's like that was what he was supposed to do. And I think Neo wins by understanding that. And Smith didn't know that. I don't think Smith would have done that if he knew that that's what Neo wanted him to do.
But the fact that Neo dies, I don't know, and the fact that it's Agent Smith's doing, like I don't know, I give that to him.
He dies, though, for bigger reasons just because of Smith, though. That's the whole thing. He kind of had to die, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway.
Technically not about the Matrix.
So the point is that
I feel bad. Like you could have watched The Matrix and like been surprised that he died.
No, I would have remembered by the time I got towards the end. I would have remembered.
All right.
Because it came back to me. I just forgot what the ending was.
Okay.
Yeah, the idea that they're kind of equal and opposite forces, and maybe I feel like the movie has these assertions that might be true. And like gives us the liberty of not showing us like other things, like the assertion that, man, if these two guys would have fought, it would have just been like the previous scene when they fought, where no one really kind of won. Mm-hmm. And it's like, so instead of that happening, we'll just have random chance the Mexicans, will kill him,
mm-hmm.
And that's to me what they're trying to do with that,
If I hadn't heard that, your theory seems viable. I mean,
I think my theory makes a lot of sense.
It's weird to cut them together like that. I mean, that's just deliberately. I mean,
But I think it makes sense with the fact that we before they did that kind of thing before. Well, because to me it kind of seemed like also that Bell was sort of maybe reliving.
Oh, okay.
Llewellyn, was going through basically.
Yeah.
It's because he sits there and he sees the spot where he died, and all that kind of stuff, and so I don't know. There's kind of some things going on there, but to me it ties up all the crazy questions. But I guess the truth is crazier than my theory or something.
Yeah.
The Mexicans just killed them and they ran off for no real apparent reason.
And they ran off, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason they're supposed to have run off. I have no idea what it is. The police theory is the best I got.
But it's like, don't you guys want the money?
Yeah, they should want the money.
They should want the money, and it didn't seem like they were there that long.
Yeah.
And I just can't imagine that, I don't know. I'm still reeling from the fact that they had a transceiver, and they're like, well, it's in here somewhere, guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't ask me.
Yeah.
It beats faster when I get close to this vent, but it can't be in there.
Yeah.
And it'd be different if, like, they looked in the vent and didn't see anything, but we don't even have evidence of that.
No.
You know? So.
No. Although we have no idea what they did. I mean, all we got to see was them getting killed.
They were just, like, hanging out.
Yeah, they were. But it's possible they looked in the vent, like, off screen.
Yeah, but I feel like they should have seen it. Should have saw it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless they didn't have a flashlight.
Mhm.
So the next end of the movie, really. The next part of the movie.
Yeah,
sort of
this is like, I don't know, an extended epilogue.
Yeah, this is like definitely the epilogue. Tommy Lee Jones goes to see his uncle, just to talk about a lot of things. You know, one of the biggest things he talks about is he feels outmatched. You know, he basically says he's retiring. He feels outmatched, which, you know, given from the movie, he kind of is.
Oh, yeah.
You know. And maybe, and it might not even be necessarily an age thing, so much as a, probably so much as a, like, you know, state of mind thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a different time kind of thing.
Yeah.
Different villains in the world. Anything you want to say about this scene?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I guess, no.
Okay. It's a good scene. There's not a lot to say about it.
Yeah, it is a good scene, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's sort of, you know, it gives a little bit of his, like, family history and kind of talk about whatever, and he's kind of like, whatever, it's you know, it's always been bad.
Actually, we should look at the script and see if there's any extra information about the Llewellyn's death in there.
Yeah, I read it once. I don't remember, but I don't remember anything.
He is Till. I don't know what that means. Maybe that means still. He is still. Weird. So the next scene is with
the woman at the pool. Poor woman at the pool.
She just wanted to have a good time.
I know.
Honey, you can stay married.
She got a jackpot.
She did get a jackpot. That, my friend, is a jackpot. Oh, man. The next scene we have Carla Jean burying her mother, which I didn't even know. I thought it was Llewellyn's funeral. And I'm like, how come the mom isn't there?
Yeah.
She didn't like him anyway.
Yeah, no, she didn't.
But the mom died. I guess the cancer got her.
She had the cancer.
The cancer finally got her. Stress, I'm sure, didn't help.
No.
And I guess maybe she died before. Maybe that's what took her so long. Maybe she died on their way to El Paso. Because you don't see her when she shows up to the hotel.
Yeah, you're right.
And I was wondering why she wasn't in the car. Maybe she's already dead at that point.
Maybe.
Okay.
I never really. I forgot about her, really.
Yeah, you don't expect her to die. She's not the kind of character that her death means anything or, like,
yeah,
you know, would need to be brought. You know, it just seems like, why even have her die?
Yeah.
You know, there's no point. I mean, you know, I guess so everyone can die in this movie. So all the major characters can be dead.
Yeah.
By the end. So we have the funeral scene. Carla Jean comes home from the funeral, and And so I don't know how she knows this, or let's see. I think I don't know. To me, I think she just gets a feeling like he's there.
Yeah.
And she goes into her bedroom and she says, "I knew this wasn't done with."
Mhm.
And he tells her to sit, or she says she needs to sit. And she basically is like, you have no reason to hurt me. And he's like, "Oh, but I gave my word, to your husband." And that, he tries to basically say, "I promised your husband I'd kill you," which he did, but saying it that way makes it seem like it was the husband's idea.
Yeah.
Or had some collusion in it.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say.
And I really I just like that, and I think the whole movie is very no nonsense. You don't have a lot of characters confusing what people say. Like, "No, that doesn't make any sense. What did he mean? Oh no, he doesn't love me." You know what I mean? Like, she was just like, "That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's not the way you say."
Yeah.
Like she just makes up her mind. It's not the way you say it is. She's not going to debate it.
Yeah.
And I like that. They don't spend time with those little things like that. And then apparently I don't remember this, but in the script it says...
The script's a little different.
She says, "Not like that, not like you say," and he says, "I don't say anything except it was foreseen."
What? Man, they cut that line.
I'm glad they cut that line.
Wow.
And then she says, I know you was crazy when I saw you sitting there. I knew exactly what was in store for me." And then apparently in this, I don't remember this in the movie. Yes, things fall into place.
I don't remember that line either.
Ugh.
That's weird. Yeah, no, the script is different. They decided to do something different, clearly.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I don't really want to read this.
Yeah, it makes it seem like, they cut out, what they cut out seems good that they cut it out.
And they added stuff, like they added all the coin toss thing. That's not in the script.
Oh, the first big coin toss?
No.
Oh, you mean in this scene?
The coin toss in this scene.
Oh, it sure isn't. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, they totally cut it. Added it.
Oh, they totally added. Yeah, that's what they did. They cut out this. I didn't say anything except for see. Oh, I see. So basically, they basically add in maybe she didn't die or something. So they cut out like things fall into place, which means I'm here to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And they put in a little questioning of whether giving her a choice of her own fate, basically. But the end is the same. He still looks at the soles of his boots at the end.
Yeah.
So
she's
real dead.
So he offers her the coin toss deal that he offered the gas station guy earlier,
mm-hmm.
and she refuses to call it, and just sort of says that it's it's not
she
the
says
coin.
The coin has no say in this. It's all you. Like, you're the one making the decisions.
Yeah.
Don't put the responsibility of this on the coins.
Yeah.
Which is cool. It's because no one, the first coin toss guy, he called him, his point of contention was what's at stake, and I like the fact her point of contention is, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're going to kill me, but don't say it's the coin that's it's doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to sort of distance yourself. Like, it's not really my decision.
Mm-hmm.
And,
so in fact, it's your decision. He's leaving it on them to call it, so.
Exactly, yeah.
They're responsible for their own death, so he doesn't. And that's what I kind of like this idea that, he's got, that he believes that they're responsible for their own death, and, most of the time it's fate that's responsible for people getting killed by him because he's there.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's there, then they're supposed to die. But in the coin toss cases, they can call their own fate, and it's it's them who decide what happens. So he never has any responsibility,
Yeah. Yeah. So the scene just ends. She sort of refused to call it, and you never really know exactly what happened.
Yeah, although reading the script is pretty clear.
Oh, it's pretty clear. I agree, and I'm sure what happened, but there's nothing explicit. There's no sound of a gunshot, and you don't know whether she ever called it or not. You don't really know how it played out. Like, I'm pretty sure he killed her, but I don't know like how it went down.
Yeah.
So
then we have the next scene, the scene that is like, you thought you understood the movie now.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, we're not done with you yet.
Yeah, like at this point, it's sort of like, okay, Llewellyn's dead, his wife's dead.
Yeah, and so let's make it clear that, like, this is, he's already gotten the money, he's returned it, but he decides to go kill her or potentially kill her anyway because of the agreement that he made with, with Llewellyn, and so as he's leaving her place, which I don't even know where this is supposed to be. I don't know. She was in like a house. I don't know where are they supposed to be? Where's she supposed to be?
Man, I don't even
know. Her mom's house, maybe? Maybe her mom's house.
Maybe.
In Odessa. As he's driving away from this, excursion, he gets T-boned. He gets hit by a car. And randomly, random occurrence, maybe.
Yeah, there's a few things about this scene that are weird. The first thing that I liked about it is it's the setup is classic in that they show the guy, they show him driving the car, and they shoot, out the driver's side window. So when he goes through the intersection, you see the street coming, the perpendicular street. And like, say, if it's 6 feet under, you're going to see the car or whatever's going to hit you coming from that window. Like the audience will see it. While the character just sort of sits there not knowing what's coming.
Yeah.
So they set you up for that, but the car comes from the other side.
Yeah, so, and you're blindsided like the character is.
Yeah, exactly. I like that. They set you up, and then they.
It seems like part of the reason that not to do a shot like that is because you would screw up the camera. Seems like you could do that. But yeah, and the other thing is he's distracted by these boys. He kind of looks in the rearview mirror right before he goes to the intersection. Seeing these boys riding their bikes. Which is kind of interesting because they're the boys who come up to him right after this accident.
Yeah.
And
Another thing that's weird about the accident is that you never see the driver of the other car.
No, you don't.
It makes it seem like the car just sort of I don't know, came out of nowhere.
Well, it makes it seem it's like, I guess the idea is who's ever driving, it's not important who's driving the car.
Yeah.
It's not important that there even is a driver, really.
Yeah, no, I agree, but it's just odd. It's just like...
Yeah, it is odd. Usually you get some sort of shot of the driver of whoever,
Yeah, even just to show him dead,
Oh, you can see him. He's either passed out or dead.
You can?
Yeah, there's a little shot. There's a tracking shot where you got to be looking for him, but you can see him.
Oh, okay.
Because it's not like Finding Waldo, but like, you're looking where you're going to be focusing your eyes is not on the dead guy. It's going to be on Anton's car in this shot.
I see.
So anyway, they show him, but it's not a main focus at all. He looks dead, but he could just be passed out. His head is all the way back over on the seat, and he looks really bad. So Anton gets out of the car, and he kind of stumbles to sit down, and he's really wrecked. To pun a word, can pun be a verb?
Why not?
Okay, I just punned it. And so this is a similar scene to before with Llewellyn and the three sort of college age kids in the Mexican border. He basically the kid offers to give him his shirt instead of in Llewellyn's scene. the kid wants money for it. These kids, I guess they're more wholesome. I don't know what they're trying to tell us, but younger, maybe not impressionable, or I should say impressionable, but like they haven't had a bad impression made on them or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
but he doesn't want the money for the shirt, but Anton makes him take it, and he takes the money, and he takes the shirt and makes a what do you call those things? A sling out of it. And then Anton walks away.
Yeah.
Never to be heard from again.
Yeah. In the Llewellyn scene, he's like, I'll give you $500 for a jacket, and like it's a deal. Like they make him like give the money over, and
yeah,
but yeah, the kid's just like, whatever, you can have it, but he makes them take the money, and then they kind of fight about it for a little bit as he walks away.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it from the sense that he's corrupting these kids, it kind of seems like maybe that's what he's trying to, that's what they're trying to say about that. I can't really tell, but
yeah,
because they're fighting about the money later, and that kind of thing, and So, anything else before we talk about the last
I have
scene?
to say, he does tell them to say that they didn't see him.
Mhm.
Just to tie that in with that earlier scene.
Mhm.
Like the real version of, tell people you didn't see me.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, would he really kill those kids?
Well, I guess not, but I don't know. I just thought I don't think. Yeah, no. I guess not. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know
where he stands on that.
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know if he's just saying that because he's not going to kill the kids because they're not standing in between. I mean, yeah. I mean, the only reason he doesn't want them to say anything because he's a criminal. It's not like he caused the accident or anything. But
right. No, he had a green light. It wasn't his fault at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. You didn't see me, and I thought that was part of the sort of corruption thing too. Now these kids have got to, they have to lie basically.
Mm-hmm.
Will they? I don't know, but he's asking them to lie and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's the kind of movie obviously where they just kind of do things and you're left to decide like what it means.
Right.
But I don't know if he would kill the kids or not. I don't think they're not really standing in his way for anything.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to help him, so I don't think they had any reason to.
Yeah.
He had any reason to kill them, but maybe I don't know if that line's supposed to tie together or not. Depends on. Do you see me?
I don't necessarily think it ties together. I was just bringing up the fact that he did like.
He did say that.
That.
But I think I think it bears seeing if it works together because it's the same idea.
Yeah.
Ending, kind of a scene.
Mhm.
And there's no coincidences in this movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's a very thought out movie. So.
Definitely.
Well, you want to talk about the last scene? Not that there's much to talk about.
All right, the final scene.
Final scene between Sheriff Bell, Tommy Lee Jones, and his wife. This is, I guess he's retired at this point.
Yeah.
Who knows how much time this is, but probably not too many days. And he's just, got nothing really to do, basically.
Yeah.
And he talks about 2 dreams he had involving his dad. One he can't really remember, of course. And then one about his dad. They're in the mountain passes, and it's snowing, and there's snow on the ground, and his dad races past with a lamp or lighter or whatever, flame, and forges ahead, and he knows his dad is going to go out into all that cold and all that dark and start a fire for him. So, and then it ends.
And then he woke up.
Mm-hmm.
Credits. Yeah.
It was all just a dream. Yeah, it was weird. It's like it's almost like the Tommy Lee Jones thing is like almost a separate thing, you know, especially when it gets into the stuff with his dad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, you know, and then like in the beginning, I mean, it ties in, but like, it's like, well, what are you talking about? What does that mean that the last thing we hear in this movie is this dream about your dad, you know, making a special place for you, you know?
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, I really don't know what they're doing with that. But I liked it as an ending. Like, the first time you watch it, it doesn't seem like the ending.
Mhm.
And it just, like, hits you with the credits.
I knew it was
Really?
coming. I'm like, why are we sitting here at the kitchen table with him talking? I'm like, holy crap, they're not going to end it like this. And then it ended, and I'm like, because you know, it goes on longer than a normal scene like that would.
Yeah, it does.
They would have cut if it was going to be something else, and I'm just like, what are they doing? Holy crap! You know, I'm still not really believing Llewellyn's dead. I didn't want to believe it. You know, the first time.
Yeah.
So I'm just, oh. Well, anyway, that was our recap of. That's the first movie we've recapped.
Scene by scene.
We're sorry.
With slight gaps, but yeah.
The gaps were the boring scenes.
Right. Yeah, there was something I wanted to bring up that we skipped, but now I don't remember what that was.
Can it wait till another podcast? I'm just kidding. This was a long one. Is this like 5 hours or something?
I don't even know.
I don't
get a counter no more.
Well, yeah, I don't see a counter. Who knows?
But yeah, you know, it's. I mean, there's a few places for interpretation, and there's some ambiguity there. It's not a movie you really need to like theorize about all day, but.
No, not at all.
But it's I don't know. It's got a really nice quality to it. There's something I don't know what it is. Something about the way it came together. It's just right. I don't know. Movies that I've seen lately, you know, I really, it's been a while since I've seen a movie that I thought really had that kind of, you know, goodness about it. So I mean, it is being way hyped, but and it may not like look good, but I think it is really good.
It's a lot better than it seems, I think.
Yeah.
Unless you think it seems really good.
Right.
Then it's probably as good as it seems.
Yeah.
But if you think it seems bad or boring, it's better than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Surprisingly better. So.
I don't know if we'll be doing any more movie recaps, but
this might be it.
This might be it.
Like our Now Defunct Dexter podcast.
I did enjoy There Will Be Blood. I plan to see it again, and so when you see it, maybe you might want to talk about it. I don't think you will, but you know, I mean, in terms of a whole podcast for it.
Yeah.
But
I want to see it, but.
And we're gonna be busy with Lost pretty soon, and like tomorrow here.
Yeah, Lost is gonna kick our ass. At least
for
a
8
little
weeks,
while.
and then we'll be done.
Yeah, I know. It's not gonna be that long.
Yeah, we can do 8 weeks. We did 16. We can do 8. We did 16 weeks in a row. Yeah. All right. Well, is that it?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Well, I feel like giving a round of applause to the cast and crew of No Country for Old Men.
Yeah.
Good effort. Good.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Way to go, guys. You really
Very well done. Josh
really...
Brolin, I'm looking forward to some more good work from you, mister.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that was it. That was the scene. There isn't much to talk about, but I just thought it was odd when Sugar's driving and he goes across that bridge and there's a bird sitting there.
I meant to bring that up, too. And he misses.
And he misses, yeah,
and
the bird flies off.
He's like, oh, well, I missed.
Yeah.
Like, it was really weird, and it was crazy. The sound it made, ricocheting, and the bird cawing, like, it was a weird scene.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he took the time to do that. It was so weird. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to make.
I think that really means something.
I do too.
I think that really means something.
Yeah.
To do with, like, it's either saying something about how the movie is going to go, or it's saying something about him.
Yeah.
Or both.
Yeah.
And I don't know what, though.
I don't either.
Like the car crash. And like the idea that if he hadn't gone to go kill her, for really little reason, then he wouldn't have gotten into that car crash.
Yeah.
And is that the universe way of saying, you shouldn't have done that, you went too far or something, or is it saying like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it seemed like. It seemed like some kind of punishment or something. Like it went wrong for him, like in an accidental way. I mean, the other time, like he sort of got shot, like in the line of duty. That was really just a random thing. Just bad luck.
You think maybe it's like, what if the universe is trying to get rid of him, and like it sort of put him on the path with Llewellyn, this like hunter guy who's like his equal, but then like random chance got him killed before he could kill Sugar, and then like they tried to get him in the car crash, and that didn't even stop him. I don't know. That's the thing with the Coen brothers. They can be pretty crazy. I mean, it's not their real story, really, but and that's the thing. I haven't read the book, so I don't know how much of the movie is the book or not.
Right. Yeah, I know. I mean, I've heard it's pretty faithful, but it's the finer points.
Like, is the car crash there? Like,
I think the car crash is there, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right, well, let's wrap this baby up.
If you like this movie, which is nothing like the Coen Brothers' other movies.
Netflix recommends.
You might enjoy some of the Coen Brothers' other movies that aren't that much like this. I would like to recommend Bart and Fink, my personal favorite. It really is nothing like this, but it's good in its own way.
Yeah.
And it's fun and weird. Yeah. So anyway, that's all.
Well, I'm going to recommend, if you like this movie, I'm going to recommend you see There Will Be Blood.
Oh, okay. That's a more reasonable recommendation.
Yeah, they're not really the same at all, but I think they share something in that they're movies that know they know what they want, and they do it. So I don't know if we should do a whole roundup of like what the Western movie. What was it? It's like No Country for Old Men, There Will Be Blood,
3:10 to Yuma.
3:10 to Yuma and Jesse James.
James, yeah.
It's like 4 Western kind of movies out at the same time.
Yeah, that's way too many. Just for, random strangeness.
Yeah. All right, well, guys, you will be hearing from us soon.
We got another podcast in like 2 days. So
yeah, so
I hope you're ready.
Expect the new Lost Lowdown, the season 4 Lost Lowdown, this weekend. Hopefully Friday. We'll get it done Friday. If not, it'll definitely be Saturday.
Yeah, as soon as possible. I'm sure it'll all be
ASAP.
very exciting.
Don't forget to join the Frapper Map if you haven't already.
Oh, God.
And
That's a blast
of course
from the past.
the forum, which is new, and tLLD.net, or you can just go to our regular homepage and there's a link. Sign up, talk amongst yourselves, talk to us. It'll probably be a better way to get feedback from us if you want to ask us stuff. Because that way we'll feel guilty that it's, there and we'll see it.
True, yeah. If you ask us direct questions, you're sure to get a reply. But
yeah.
But I've been replying in there anyway, just when something, when I feel like I have something to comment on.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely read it.
Yeah, and definitely go on there and let us know, what you guys want on the forum, if there's something in particular or some section or some whatever,
Yeah. We are a democratic podcast.
Full service podcast. All right, well, there's no goodbye on Mr. Podcast, right?
No, there isn't. We always
hang up.
Yeah, it's just like, bye.
1, 2, 3, bye.
Bye.
Well, when you click on things.